early as that. Still snow up in the high country. See, here's the difference. Last time the Rockies were home, all that snow was in downtown Denver. Fortunately, it's out, and we have another beautiful night for baseball. Game 2 of this 4-game set between the Rockies and their nemesis, the San Francisco Giants. Welcome upstairs, everybody. Glad as always that you are along with Jeff Houston. I'm Drew Goodman. Last night, troubling loss for the Rockies. They were up 6-0 and fell 8-6. It's now 10 straight defeats at the hands of the Giants, and it's time for a turnaround.
Well, it is, and I think that's the way you have to look at it as a ball player, and that's why you play 162 games. You have to look at this as a mental checklist. Okay, I've got to be mentally tough. I know they beat us the last 10 straight games, but what can I do tonight to make a difference? And I think that's what each player has to focus on. Not look at the real big picture, just look at the small picture individually. What can I do to contribute for a W?
Yeah, they were in position, obviously, for a W last night. Have to finish it. One guy who's really been contributing in his 17-game big league career is Nolan Arenado. Offensively, defensively, he hit the big fly last night, and he had one of the great plays we've seen defensively all year.
Well, and he keeps making those plays defensively. I think that's the fun thing to see from Nolan, because there's times when he's making plays to his left, to his right, and then offensively. The guy has not shown the deer in the headlights that a lot of young kids would have when they come up to the big leagues, but Nolan hasn't done that. 18th game tonight for him, but everything he does, he makes it look so easy. And there's times when plays aren't easy in the big leagues, and I think that's what separates really good players from great players. And I'm looking at him making these plays that you just shake your head, like the play down the line last night where you're going, this is an athletic play, and he's an athletic kid.
His teammates know he's very good, the coaching staff knows he's very good, and the opposition is starting to look at Nolan Arenado and say, boy, who is that guy at third base? When we come back, we'll check in with Jenny Kavnar a few minutes in front of first pitch tonight, the Rockies and the Giants.
shine for the Rockies and the Giants. The Rockies look to get a win in this series and climb a little bit closer up in the standings. Well, we welcome you out to center field. Jenny Kavnar with you. It is our Big Fan Friday. We're going to be here all game long. This is my post, and I want you to join along with me. We're going to get interactive. This is the Rocky Mountain Root Sports page. All you have to do is go to @rootsports_RM, and that's where you can ask questions tonight. We'll be fielding questions throughout the night, and we'll get you all the answers, all your Rockies questions, your baseball questions. We want to have some fun on this Fan Friday, so why not you go ahead and join along with us. Tweet me right now. We'll get interactive, and we'll get you on our game broadcast today. Should be a fun one. Rockies, Giants, that should be a fun one as well. We have game 2 coming up next. Drew and Jeff will have first pitch for you when we return.
Your 7 neighborhood Toyota stores. Toyota, let's go places. And by Southwest Airlines, find our fares online only at southwest.com. Ideal evening for baseball. The Rockies and Giants. Game 2 of the 7-game homestand for the Rockies. Arizona will be in at the start of the week, and then Thursday will be half a day off and half a travel day as the Rockies will head out to the Bay Area to take on these Giants again. Jorge De La Rosa making his way up from the clubhouse. He just finished his bullpen session, and momentarily he will lead the Rockies onto the field. De La Rosa has been throwing the ball exceptionally well. So a couple of left-handers tonight, De La Rosa and 4-1 Madison Bumgardner. So here goes Jorge to the mound. Great start in his last outing, 7 shutout innings in St. Louis, and as you may recall, 6 2/3 no-hit innings until it was broken up with a sharp single to right field. So he gives up just 2 hits in 7 innings. Let's take a look at the lineup brought to you by Southwest Airlines that he'll face tonight. Once again, it's Angel Pagan up top. He's a switch hitter. Marco Scudero has a 15-game hitting streak that is the best in the big leagues. Pablo Sandoval, also a switch hitter. Buster Posey, Hunter Pence. Brett Pill's getting to start at first base. Andres Torres will be in left field. So again, one of 3 switch hitters in the lineup. Brandon Crawford had the big blow last night, a 3-run double that got the Giants from down 6-2 to a 1-run game, and they ended up winning the ball game, as you know, 8-6. A little bit more on De La Rosa.
Well, and you mentioned it, Drew, that 6 2/3 no-hit ball, and he took 7 scoreless innings at St. Louis, 100 pitches. That was his first 7-inning outing since 2011 at Philadelphia. Here at Coors Field, phenomenal. 2-0, 0 runs, 0 ERA, obviously, 5 hits, 2-0 average, and just look to build on what he did in St. Louis. And the way he got through that outing in St. Louis was mixing the fastball, changeup, slider, and the curveball is starting to come into play more as he's gaining more confidence in that elbow. And each outing he goes out there, this 9th start on the season, there's no hesitation now in his mind. He knows that he can throw any pitch at any time and feel confident doing it.
And to underscore your point, we were chatting in Chicago right after his appearance on the weekend in St. Louis on Sunday, and he said exactly that. He said he feels more and more comfortable each outing, and he feels really, really good throwing all of his pitches. And you need your entire repertoire against this very solid offensive San Francisco Giant club.
This is his 14th career start against San Francisco, 17th appearance overall.
And he started out 6-0 in his career against the Giants. He still overall has a very good mark against San Francisco. Giants are 8-4 this year against left-handed starters. They have a lot of similar guys in that, you know, not big home run threats, which really suits their ballpark. It's hard to hit it out at AT&T. But a lot of guys who work counts and spray line drives.
Professional hitters.
Yeah. So here we go. First pitch of the ball game's away. Ball 1. Willeen Rosario is doing the catch in this evening.
Second time he's caught De La Rosa.
And taking the whole way. It's in there 1-1. 81 degrees.
Wonderful.
Hardly know what to do with myself. Last homestand we had the heater cranked at this point. Huey's wearing his mittens.
And everything going on.
And a weak ground ball to short. Tulowitzki quickly gets it to first. Good start. 1 out.
And a broken bat from Angel Pagan.
Time to check the Rockies glove. Brought to you by Excel Energy. We bring you the energy you need so you can live the life you want. Visit responsiblebynature.com to learn more. Cargo, Dexter Fowler, Eric Young Jr. in the outfield. In the infield, Arenado and Tulowitzki left side. DJ LeMahieu had a pinch hit single last night off the bench. And Jordan Pacheco on the right side. Willeen Rosario is behind the plate. And here is Marco Scutaro with that 15-game hitting streak. And he takes down low. The Giants. Go ahead.
I was going to say, for Marco, it's not just a single in a game. I mean, he's throwing out 2-3 hits a night.
Yeah, last night, as you just saw on the graph, 2 for 5. Fastball 91 on the outside corner for the native of Venezuela, though. Marco and I were visiting earlier, and Huey, I know you've had this conversation with him. Marco's father's originally from Italy, so the sport his dad wanted him to play was soccer. Said he didn't know anything about baseball.
Well, he picked it up. I mean, Marco was a journeyman early on in his career. I remember him in Oakland, and then he went to Toronto and never really found that home. And now, late in his career, he's found it.
And he signed a 3-year deal in the offseason after being a big star for them, and he now has a 16-game hitting streak. Yeah, he just hits. He's really short to the baseball. It's simple. And it works.
He knows his swing. He's figured out he's not a home run hitter. I just need to put the ball in play, try to get the barrel of the bat to the baseball, and he does from the Mike Shaw Subaru Supermo. Head down, the arms extended. Not much happening with the hands as they go back. It's just a slight take it back as the foot's going forward.
Dante Bichette is really big on keeping that swing on plane and on the plane of the flight of the baseball.
And that means that not going into the zone and then pulling out of it, so you have a fraction of a second to meet the ball.
Outside ball one on Kung Fu Panda, Pablo Sandoval. Last night, the Giants down 6-0 and ultimately win the ball game 8-6. It's the largest deficit they've overcome in 8 years. The last time they did it was right here at Coors Field when they were down by 6 runs.
September 23rd of 2005. Pablo wears the shin guard. That doesn't help on the foot. He needs a foot guard.
It's called Murphy's Law. He could have had shin guards up and down
but
his leg.
He got lucky because his foot had rotated onto the side, so it clipped more of the underneath side of the foot.
And this is down the left field line. Fargo getting the baseball quickly, and Tim Flannery's going to hold Scudero at third. Second and third, one out. So an early threat for the Giants.
7th double this season for Pablo Sandoval, hitting 300 from the right side. It was a 4-seam fastball. They wanted to go away, and Pablo Sandoval just pulled it down the line.
And it doesn't get easier. Buster Posey at the plate. Buster with 5 home runs. He's driven in 25. He's hitting .353 against lefties this year, and he slices this one to right. Ewy's going to make the catch, but a run will come home. For the Giants, with a single, a double, and a sac fly, lead at 1-0. RBI number 26 for Posey. Sandoval moved to third. Rockies fans, today's Fan Friday. We want to hear from you, and it's the only day of the week instead of handling questions. We asked for thoughts, and tonight we want your thoughts on instant replay. Should it be expanded beyond just seeing if home runs were fair or foul or actually cleared the wall? It's going to be a major discussion, evidently, as this season continues to unfold. So you can sound off at 720-720. First-time texters get a free trip to the Denver Zoo, courtesy of your neighborhood Toyota stores. Hunter Pence takes a strike. He held up 1-1.
Sid McClellan at first. Fans might remember McClellan as being the home plate umpire at game 163. The Rockies on the slide at home with Matt Holliday.
Seems like Tim's been umpiring for 50 years. On the ground to second, LeMahieu with the steady hands. Giants get a run in the first. Buster Posey driving it in on a sac fly. See how the Rockies counter in the bottom half. Go to the bottom of the first. Let's take a glance at the Rockies lineup against Madison Bumgarner. Eric Young Jr. will lead things off. As you saw, he's in right field. And then another switch hitter, Dexter Fowler. And the rest of the Southwest batting order for Walt Weiss. Cargo will bat third. He's got great numbers left on left against Madison Bumgarner. Tulowitzki will bat fourth. Willeen Rosario had a big night offensively. Nolan Arenado, DJ LeMahieu seventh. And then Jordan Pacheco in front of De La Rosa.
They're going to have their hands full with Madison Bumgarner. He's been the most consistent starter for the Giants this year. Just 23 years of age. His 92nd big league start. 4-1 record. Out on the road 2-0 with a .83 ERA. And that leads all of baseball.
And maybe the most amazing thing is what you uttered there a moment ago. He's 23, and tonight is his 93rd big league start. That's 3 full seasons worth of starts, and he's just 23. And talking to Mike Krukow, the longtime analyst on the television side for the Giants, he said when he is done, he's going to have more wins than Kane. He'll have more wins than Lincecum. And that's saying something because, I mean, Lincecum's won a couple Cy Youngs, and Matt Cain's been a horse.
Perfect game. I mean, you look at those type of guys he's comparing him to, but I think it just goes back to how young he is and how many starts he has under his belt.
And there's Tim. Lincecum will go tomorrow, and the Rockies announced before the game Tyler Chatwood will go tomorrow. And Juan Nicasio on Sunday.
Well, what makes Bumgarner so hard to hit is the slinging motion of the arm. He comes up with the leg kick, but he hides the baseball behind his left leg, so the arm will drop down back behind him, and then you try to pick it up and you can't see it as a hitter.
If he was right-handed, you say, boy, he's got a great pitching physique. If you have a good arm lefty, they'll take you at your 5'10", but he's built like a right-hander. He's 6'4", 6'5", 235.
Durable.
He's durable. He's a farm kid from North Carolina. What was the story for his fiancee when they got married? He bought her a cow?
Bought her a cow.
That's what you bought for Wendy, wasn't it? Bought off by Junior. I wasn't supposed to tell that story.
You weren't supposed to tell that part of the story.
My bad.
We were just going to leave it with Madison. What, he got his fiance.
Oopsie. Ewa's batting .306 in a starting role in 2013. Outfield shallow and left and center. Ewa hit that ball at Wrigley well over the center field fence, in fact over the batter's eye.
That ball's still going.
Oh, man.
When he hit it, you think, okay, it's a home run, but not that far. That's out in the big boy territory.
I was going to say that was a big boy home run. Now, of course, you don't want Ewa to get enamored with that.
No, he still needs to hit the ball down on the ground, spray the line drives, use his speed.
Here's the 2-2. And Ewa lifts this ball to pretty deep left field. This could be a problem in that corner. It's run down by Torres. Well, the Giants tonight have started Andres Torres in left field. And Andres Torres, by trade, is a center fielder.
And that's why he made this catch, because of the range that Torres has. He got the good break on it. He knew he was running out of territory, but he stuck his glove up. Quick glance at the fence. Where am I? And reach out and snag it. Brace yourself.
That's a very good play. Took at least a double and maybe even a triple.
I think.
I agree with you, because that ball's going to hit, and unless somehow he picks it off the fence cleanly, it's going to kick away from him because he was going full tilt toward the corner. Junior was already at second base.
Yeah, and so if it kicks any further away, triple, maybe an inside the Parker.
2-0 on Fowler. Dexter's hit better from the right side so far this year.
270 average, right-handed. 1 home run, 3 RBIs.
And that's in 3-0. Dex has been struggling in May after a gorgeous April, hitting just 136, 17 punch outs and 44 at bats. He'll be taken here, and that's guided over the plate. Bob Davidson is our home plate umpire. Bob, a guy that's lived in Denver for quite some time. Tim McClellan's at first, as we mentioned. Lance Barrett at second, and Chris Caccione is at third. Another Colorado guy. And Dex was tardy on that cutter, and it's 3-2.
And the cutter will sit at 87 to 88 miles an hour. Fastballs 91 to 92. Changeup we saw at 83, and also an over-the-top curveball 77 miles an hour.
And that's looped to center field. Scudero going out, and Marco couldn't make the catch. Tough play. Pagan was playing pretty deep. So Dexter with one out is aboard.
Pagan was frozen in center with the big swing from Dexter. He took a half a stride back before he broke in, and Scudero ran a long way for this ball.
He'll tell you he should have caught
had
this.
that because it hit in the glove. I mean, right in the webbing of the glove from the Mike Shaw Subaru Supermo.
That's his.
He just couldn't close it.
And that is an error. It's his 7th error, and it's the second pop he's dropped in 3 games.
7 errors is a lot for a second baseman as we're sitting the 17th of May.
Quite honestly, 7 at the end of a season would be, passable. I mean, you'll see second basemen not make that many.
4 or 5.
Yeah. Look at what Darwin Barney did last year. Cargo at the plate. And he takes ball 1. Cargo is 9 for 25, a 360 average against Bumgarner, with 3 home runs and 3 doubles. Go figure, because this guy is nasty.
But you eliminate the cut fastball from left on left, and Cargo's not just your average left-handed hitter. He's better than that.
1-1. Cargo overall this year is hitting 365 against lefties. Last night 0 for 2 and a couple of walks. And it's hit to short. Crawford has to go to first. Double clutches, and McClellan calls him out. Giants defense brought to you by Excel Energy. Make the choices that fit your life, and Excel will provide you the energy to power it. Visit responsiblebynature.com to learn more. Torres, Pagan, Pence in the outfield, athletic outfield. Sandoval, Crawford, Scudero, Brett Pill, with Buster Posey doing the catching. 2 outs, man in scoring position, and Troy Tulowitzki at the plate. Tulo hitting .308 against Bumgarner. And here's the close play at first, and it was a good call by McClellan.
Well, it helps with Brett Pill being 6'5" to go up on the tippy toes.
And a 2-strike count on Tulowitzki as he was badly fooled.
Changeup 83 miles an hour on the front leg, and the bat just flew out of your hands. On a warm night, you'll get that from your batting gloves if you don't have enough pine tar, or stick them on the handle.
We were talking to Michael Kadire earlier. One of the things about Bumgarner, with that sweeping motion, and he crossfires a little bit. The fastball, Michael said, seems like it starts on the outside corner and finishes on the inside corner. Like dissects the plate on an angle. Runner going, and Dex will come back.
And it's also the reason why it, even at 89 to 91 miles an hour, it seems like it's 96 to 97. There's some pitchers you just don't pick up the baseball on. There's other guys that'll throw 98 miles an hour. You see it right out of the hand. There's no rhyme or reason for it other than you pick up and you see that window of where the ball comes out sooner.
That just missed. And perhaps it did, but fortunately it was called a ball. 2-2. Who wants tacos? Remember, if the Rockies score 7 or more during any game, go to participating Colorado Taco Bell locations the next day between 4 and 6 and get your Rockies taco special. Rockies down 1-0. We're in the first. Tulowitzki leading the club with 32 RBIs, looking for number 33. Historically, he has hit well against his hometown team.
Bumgarner pitches in for effectiveness. That's 2 times to Troy. He's throwing inside. He wants you to think in so he can pitch away. Go over scouting reports when you're talking to advanced guys like Chris Warren, Joe Little. You ask them, will he pitch inside, or can I eliminate that and just look to the outer half? Madison pitches to both sides of the plate.
Three-two. And he strikes out Tulowitzki on a slider. And that's all for the Rockies in the first. Fowler left at second base. 1-0 San Francisco. Gutero base hit and a double by Pablo Sandoval, his first hit of the series. Tonight's Sideline Report is brought to you by the Honey Smoked Fish Company. Secrets in the fire. It's a ready-to-eat superfood. Here's Jenny Cavnar. Jenny?
Hey, Drew, we are out in center field for a Fan Friday. We want to get fully interactive with you at home, so find us on Twitter at RootSports_RM, and that's where you can ask questions. like all these fine people have. Let's pick one to start tonight. We'll go with Squiggle55, at Squiggle_55. They want to know, who is Chatwood replacing and how short of a leash are the rest of the starters on with Oswalt and Pomeranz, and they're waiting. Two-part question. We'll start with the first one. Tyler Chatwood, he is up with the Colorado Rockies. The official move will not be made until tomorrow. That's when he's set to start. He will face Tim Lincecum in Game 3 of this series. Technically, Tyler Chatwood is taking Nicasio's place because he will start now. Juan Nicasio will start on Sunday, but in all actuality, he is taking Jeff Francis's place, who was placed on the DL yesterday with a groin strain. So that's where he fits in the order. Gives Nicasio an extra day of rest. Chatwood's excited about the opportunity to be back up here. He has a win under his belt with the big league club so far this season in 2 starts. He went back down to Colorado Springs, pitched very well. They felt like he deserved another opportunity to come up for the hurt Francis. So for the second part, Drew, Jeff, I'm going to include you guys in this one and send it back up to you. How short of a leash are the rest of the starters on with Roy Oswalt, who's down in extended spring training for the Rockies, and with Drew Pomeranz?
Well, Drew threw the baseball well last night. I'll start with Pomeranz. 5 innings, a couple of runs, and according to the report, probably shouldn't have given up any. There was a hit awarded on a ball in the infield that should have been an out. And he struck out 7. He's thrown the changeup and the breaking ball more for strikes. So Pomeranz, who's 6-0, he's done everything you could ask. This is in the air down the right field line. Long run for EY, lays out and could not make the catch. And it's going to be a leadoff double for Brett Pill. Well, in terms of short leash, this is a performance-oriented business, and I think players realize that.
Yeah, and what's the old line? It's not the try-hard league, it's the do-good league. For Brett Pill, he just got a little soft fly ball to right field. Eric Young lays out for it, goes off his glove. Pill was running the whole way for the double.
Torres lifts the ball to center field. Dex setting to throw, and Pill's going to try to move up. Dexter has a big arm, throw to third, safe. Excellent throw by Fowler. Pill just did get underneath.
Dexter worked behind the baseball. Brett Pill takes off, head down, one hop to Nolan. Had to work around the base runner coming in. If he could have waited and let the ball travel to him, he was out. It looked like he got him on the shoulder before that left foot got into the bag. It looked like the foot was over the top of the bag.
Yeah, I think you're right. Well, the Rockies with Bumgarner on the mound will bring the infield in, and it's a base hit. It's 2-0. I mean, that's what the Giants have done all year. They're hitting now right around 300 with runners in scoring position, second in the league to the Cardinals. Yeah, you got a fly ball double, another fly ball, good base running, you move up, and you get the ball in play. I mean, Brandon Crawford has killed the Rockies this year. It's not like he scorched this. Here's that tag again.
He's out.
He's out. Yep, he's out. But you often, and Huey, you were a middle infielder, you rarely get the call when the tag is
on the shoulder,
the head.
And there was nothing wrong with the tag from Nolan or the throw from Dexter. That didn't have anything to do with it because of where the base runner was and where he had to wait for the ball. Dexter worked behind it to have his momentum going in for the throw. But that's what the umpire's looking at, but he got that one wrong.
It's interesting. Bumgarner.
He didn't even square around.
Yeah, and the Rocky, Arenado's 2 steps behind the bag at third with 1 out. In most situations, this is still an automatic bunt. Bumgarner's 0 for his last 9 at the plate. The opposition pitchers really hurt the Rockies of late. And it's 3-0. Kane had an RBI single last night to tie up the game. And of course, a couple of days ago in Chicago, Jeff Samardzija hit a 2-run home run to give the Cubs at the time a 3-1 lead, and stood that way for a long period.
Well, for Samardzija, is not known as a hitter. Three-one count. To see if Bruce Bochy puts the bunt on now. No.
And a base hit by Bumgarner, first and second.
Well, Jorge stuck his glove up. It went off his glove. Couldn't snag it and went into center field.
But again, you fall behind, it counts, and the guy at the plate's got a bat in his hand. I don't care if he's a pitcher or not. He's a good athlete. And I'm sure in high school, Bumgarner was not only the best pitcher in the area, he was the best hitter as well, I'm guessing.
Well, and he figures he's going to get a fastball, so the timing mechanism is easier for him. Who only had, for Madison, he only has 15 at bats on the season, so he's at 3-1 count fastball. I can just gear up for it.
And now you're back at the top of the lineup. Angel Pagan, who had that big 2-run single behind 0-2 against Ottavino that provided the winning runs for the Giants. He's at 375 this year with runners in scoring position. You know, it's hard to do this in the game of baseball, Huey, but the Rockies have lost 10 straight against the Giants, 31 of 40. There's no question that there's a psychological effect. Somebody's got to find a way to step forward, and it's almost a mental toughness thing, and put their foot down. And again, it's hard in baseball to do this and say enough.
Right.
And you hope it's your pitcher. I mean, De La Rosa's been outstanding of late, but he's down 2-0 here. This will be the second out.
Good throw from Cargo. But you're right, Drew. It doesn't necessarily have to be the pitcher. It could be a position player, but yeah, where you have that mindset, and you might even have to say it in the dugout. Okay, that's enough. We're tired of this. Let's go. And you guys will say that, and we know Walt and the type of manager he is, and that's the way he played. That message has already been delivered. Now it's going out and executing it.
The last guy right now you want to see is Marco Scutaro. Line single to left his first time to extend his hitting streak to 16 games. Have auto glass damage? Call Safelite Auto Glass, 303-287-5000, online at safelite.com. Fastball well located, just a little bit low, 2-0. Scutaro's was 9 for 17 last year against the Rockies after the trade.
During this hit streak, he is 30 for 62.
Marco made an interesting observation when we were chatting with him before the game about when a team has your number. He said, you know, you try to go harder because you're ticked off. You're trying to, and he goes, in this game, harder doesn't work.
Nope.
2-1, 2-2. And he has a great perspective on it because he was in the other dugout, the Rockies dugout, the first half of last year.
But this game is cyclical. I mean, we talk about numbers all the time in the grand scheme of baseball, and you'll have teams that you scuffle against, but there's other teams that you play well against. And it happens, and it just seems like you're in one of those ruts now.
But this is a team that they have to turn the tables on, because this is a team
division.
Inside your division. They've won 2 of 3 world championships. They're ahead of you right now. The Rockies got off to a very good start in April. They're trying to get some traction back. That's got to happen here at Coors Field. 2-2's high, 3-2. Remember, you can tweet us at @RootSports_RM. Jenny is out in center field answering many questions. Runners go in 3-2, and it's fouled off. That's the other thing now, that the count has moved to 3-2. You're in a situation where if you get one in the gap, Bumgarner could score.
And also you have the longer throw for the infielder. If he has to dive, he has to throw across to first base.
Scudero is the 3rd toughest man to strike out in the National League, and that's been pretty consistent throughout his career.
Just shy of once every 15 at bats.
A run in the first and a run here in the second for San Francisco. 2 runs, 5 hits. And this is sliced toward the gap, and it's going to drop. 1 run is scored. Bumgarner will go to third, 3-0. Marcos Scudero is unconscious right now. Tenth RBI for Scudero.
He fouled off the 3 previous pitches. He goes down and gets this one. Doesn't hit it real hard to right field, but just enough in between Eric Young and Dexter Fowler to drop it in for a single.
Sandoval pulled a double to left his first time. He got a breaking ball that was thigh high and to his liking. Fortunately, he hit it backwards. De La Rosa, in his 4 victories this year, has not allowed a run. 25 plus innings, just 9 hits in fact. He's allowed 3 here in less than 2 innings. And that's a base hit, make it 4. And again, the Giants they're not hitting the ball up off the wall, over the wall. They're just using the whole ballpark, hitting line drives. 7 hits already against De La Rosa.
And everybody likes the home runs, and they're nice when you hit the 3-run home run, but when you string hits together against a pitcher, it puts him on the defensive. He has to pitch out of the stretch. He has to do things differently because he's worried about the base runner, so his attention is divided. So when you single and you double, and on top of that you do it with 2 outs, those are the ones that hurt.
Jorge wants to go out there and be a stopper, as Chacín tried to do last night. They're your top 2 guys in the rotation. Chacín mistake to a 6-0 lead. Now the Rockies are going to have to do what the Giants did last night, overcome a significant deficit. Buster Posey at the plate. Scudero at second, Sandoval at first. 31 RBIs for Sandoval. Another remarkable note about this stretch of baseball the Giants have put together against the Rockies. 10 wins in a row for San Francisco is the most they've had against a single opponent since divisional play began in 1969. Throw to first, and a nice athletic play by Pacheco to make that catch.
And the timing was just like you like it when the first baseman is creeping behind the runner at first. He breaks as soon as the ball crosses the plate. If it's a better throw, he might be out.
First and second situation, and invariably that first base coach, Roberto Kelly in this case, tell that runner don't get back picked. Sandoval almost did. On the ground to third, and Arenado will go to first. In the inning, 3 runs on 5 hits for the Giants. 4-0 they lead. Rockies as we go to the bottom of the second inning. Wilin Rosario, Nolan Arenado, and DJ LeMahieu. Tune in tonight after the game for Rockies Real Time this week. Go into the batting cage with your favorite Rockies sluggers to get the sights and sounds of BP. Hitting coach Dante Bichette will explain the art of the swing and how such a simple motion can be a complicated skill to master. I don't think you ever master it. It's Rockies Real Time tonight after the game right here on Root Sports. Wilin Rosario, his 8th home run last night, will face Madison Bumgarner.
He's just going to have to chip away.
Get something going again your direction.
Positive on your side.
It's too easy psychologically to say, you know, here we go again.
But that's where you have to be mentally tough, as we've talked about.
Well, that's a good start. Clean single for Rosario to begin the second inning. Let's check in with Jenny. Get some more questions, Jenny.
Yeah, of course, it's a Fan Friday. We want to hear from you at RootSports_RM. I'm going to take this one from Taylor Meyer right now. They want to know, it's early, but what's Arenado's chance at Rookie of the Year? Biggest competition? Well, Nolan's about to come up to bat right now, and through just a couple weeks of play, he has been more than impressive defensively. We saw him hit his 4th home run last night. Guys, I'd like you to weigh in on that. It's very early, but could we get a little buzz for Rookie of the Year going?
I don't think there's any question. Sure. The good thing is it is very early, and I think this guy's going to emerge at or near the top of this class. Evan Gaddis got off to a great start, great
7
story.
home runs in Atlanta.
Yes, and he's playing for a team that's doing very well. A.J. Pollock's off to a pretty good start in Arizona. But this kid is going to be in the mix.
It helps when you hit home runs as far as he did last night. This ball's still traveling to Fort Collins.
And that's his 4th home run in his 17th big league game.
You and I chat with scouts all the time during dinner and opposing managers and coaches, and talking to those people, they're just raving about his skill set and how calm he looks when he's playing.
I'll give you another name. He's also with Arizona, Didi Gregorius, good-looking young shortstop. He's hitting .348 right now. That's bounce foul.
Fans looking for a unique venue to hold your next business meeting? Ask about our Super Suite Conference Center. It's located along the first base line. Call 303 Rockies. Book your venue today.
And a comebacker. Bumgarner, bad feed into center field. Rosario's going to move up. Here's Arenado digging for second. He's safe there. The Rockies catch a big break on a ball that should have ended in a double play. The Rockies will have second and third, nobody out.
We'll go back to why he threw this ball in center field. He fields the baseball, and he doesn't know who to throw to now, because look at where Marco Scutaro is, but it's the shortstop that is supposed to take the feed. He's got to go all the way over there before Bumgarner can throw the ball. So that's miscommunication between the shortstop, the second baseman, and the pitcher because of where the shortstop was. Brandon Crawford, he was on the pull side. That should have been a ball to the second baseman, but now you use that to your advantage when he throws that ball into center field for his first error.
DJ LeMahieu in his second big league at bat this year. A chance to get the Rockies on the board. Throw out a base hit here, and you have a pretty good chance you cut that lead in half.
Now he's 305. Last year was DJ with runners in scoring position.
When you're playing an elite team and they make a mistake, I mean, you're playing a bad team, they make a mistake, you want to take advantage. But when you're playing an elite team and they make a mistake, you have to capitalize.
You do. And that's where you get that breath of life on your side in your dugout. Okay, we caught a break, let's use it.
1-1 on DJ. LeMahieu had 4 at-bats last year against Bumgarner, 0 for 4. Hitting .364 in AAA when he was called back to the big leagues. 1 out.
Live ladder, back-to-back pitches. 2 balls that were out of the strike zone. 4 was a cut fastball. DJ couldn't get on top of the baseball.
And now this is a huge at bat for Pacheco because the pitcher's on deck. And Jordan takes a strike. Pacheco has had a lot of success though against Bumgarner, 6 for 17, including a couple of doubles.
Double would be nice now to drive in the 2 runs.
Right now,
but you have to at least get 1 marker.
Get it in play.
Yes.
The infield's back, obviously up 4 runs. It's early in the game. They're conceding a run. In fact, you go back to LeMahieu, and if he gets it in play on the right side, you're going to get a run and out and have a runner at third and a chance to get an easy 2. And here comes the runner home, safe at the plate. That's good base running by Willeen Rosario, who runs well for a catcher. So Pacheco on a ground ball to third will get an RBI, and the Rockies are on the board 4-1. And that's, we have the shot of Stu Cole. Listen, that's on the base run.
Instincts. You can't tell a base runner how to run the bases if you're the third base coach, because he has to read the ball to the third baseman. When that ball comes out of the hand, the head down, quick glance over the left shoulder, and just beat it on the throw home.
And De La Rosa hits it back to the pitcher. So the Rockies do get 1 on the error by Madison Bumgarner. 4-1 is the score. Go. Hunter Pence will lead it off against Jorge De La Rosa in the top of the third. We welcome our friend from the Boys and Girls Club, the CEO and president, John Aragoni. John, always good to see you.
Good to be here.
Tonight is the last night to get involved in a raffle. You got to get in this thing. I mean, first of all, it's great for the Boys and Girls Clubs of Metro Denver,
right,
and you have a multitude of chances to win outstanding prizes.
Wonderful prizes. Today is the last day to buy tickets until midnight tonight. MileHighRaffle.com. People have got to do this for the kids. We have 300 prizes that are going to be drawn in about 2 weeks.
And Huey's house, I understand, is the grand prize.
No, it's a better house than that. But it is a fabulous house.
The house is absolutely gorgeous. 7,000 square feet. Wonderful appointments. It's fully furnished. And, we're on track to have a banner year. We just need more help. We got a lot going on for the kids, and we need people to jump in now.
How have you done this year in comparison to the last couple of years, which I know were strong for the raffle?
Better, but there's still tickets available, and we want to do all we can for Denver's kids.
I know you do it. You have a new facility you were telling us about that's opening up shortly.
Yes, in Northeast Park Hill, the Nancy P. Anschutz Center that's going to house our new Jack Vickers Boys and Girls Clubs, and we've got a lot of new kids coming there.
This is sharply hit to LeMahieu. Nice play by DJ, and throw out Hunter Pence. That's how you used to pick him, right, John?
You flatter me. Yeah, when I was 12.
That's a good-looking play.
Well, it was, because the ball was sharply hit off the bat of Hunter Pence. You don't have time to come get it. You don't know, can I drop step and get a better angle on it? Or you just drop to your knees and put your glove out there because that's where it's going, and you make it that way. Any way you slice it, great play.
Yeah, that was a big league play. Brett Pill sliced a double to right field his first time up. MileHighRaffle.com.
That's the address. And tickets are available up until midnight this evening.
And what do tickets go for?
$150.
But if you buy more, the price comes
down. That's right.
Down.
They're bundled by 3. The price goes down by 5. The price goes down. And I know you bought about 50, so I'm not sure. Yours are probably free, right?
Figure was it 100? It was 150. Come on, John.
No, you guys. Let's just pause for a moment. Let me thank Root Sports and everyone at the Rockies organization. You guys have been so great for us and sponsoring the kids, and your club is just fabulous, and you're just doing a great job.
Yeah, our club's right over there.
Right over there. Right over there. Right over there.
This is a bouncer to third. Long throw for Arenado. No problem. Wow. Oh, said he was off the bag.
Oh, no.
So Pill reaches.
Second error on Nolan. Strong throw. Just look at the right foot of Jordan Pacheco have to come off the bag before he can get back down.
He's out.
He's out. That's
He's
two
out.
tonight now. First, you had the call at third base on the tag. He was out. They called him safe that time.
Now, McClellan missed that one badly because he came down. His toe was on the bag. I mean, that by umpire standards isn't close. That's a good umpire. Tim McClellan's an excellent umpire, but
well, it's gonna feed into our question tonight. Should there be more instant or replay in baseball?
Yeah. They have it for home runs. You're a big baseball fan, John. I'll ask you: would you like to see on out safe calls, tag plays, where when it's bang bang, somebody, not the umpires coming off the field, that would really elongate the game, but somebody upstairs looking and very quickly being able to, radio down and say, hey, you know what? Actually, he was out.
I'd keep the umpires on the field and have it looked at. Absolutely. I think it's just too critical.
This is bounced foul. How many boys and girls clubs now are there in the metro area?
We have 14, soon to be 15, over 12,000 registered members, and on any given day, over 2,000 kids come in to work with our staff, have a hot meal, and to reach their full potential with all the programming that we have.
Are you even busier in the summer months?
Yes, and we have waiting lists in the summer.
Yeah, for this raffle, what year is this for the Mile High?
This is our 5th year. And this thing has got a lot of legs. It's just been great.
1-2 on Andres Torres. And let's quickly check in with Jenny Kavner. Jenny?
Hey, I just want to give a shout out to John because he's hip with the kids, guys. He works with the Boys and Girls Club, and of course, we know he's hip when he ends up on Twitter on our @RootSports_RM. A shout out to John, who has done a lot for the Boys and Girls Clubs of Metro Denver. I can't agree more. We got to go out and do a clinic last year. John, you do a great job, and we hope all is very successful with the raffle. So happy Fan Friday to you from one of our fans.
Thank you very much.
And Huey and George and I and Jenny and a lot of our folks have been out year in and year out at the baseball clinic, and that club is off of, I think it's off of Florida, isn't it?
Yeah, it's in Westwood. It's Kentucky.
Kentucky. Okay, I get my states mixed up. I knew we were in the southeast corridor somewhere.
Yeah, that's it.
This is slowly hit the short, and Rockies can't turn it over, though. I'll tell you what, they came a lot closer than I thought they would. Tulowitzki and LeMahieu.
Oh, for as softly as Torres hit the baseball, Troy gets rid of it. DJ not afraid of contact at second base, and you can't be if you're a middle infielder. It was much closer than when it appeared when he hit the ball.
The best thing about right now is that we're growing so dramatically. This is why we need help from the community, and this raffle is a great way to provide funds unrestricted for the kids.
Well, the thing I love, and we express this, John, every time you come by, is that it costs $1.
No, it's not true.
No?
$2.
No, it's $2. My bad. $2. Not $2 a day.
$2 a year.
$2 a year.
$2 a year for the kids to just have access to all kinds of wonderful things that will change their lives.
Right.
It's special.
And another thing that we like to point out, this isn't just recreational activities. There's educational pursuits as well for the kids after school.
Right.
in the summer programs, $2 a year. This is lined to deep right field, but EY is right there. John, I wish you again. We wish you all the best.
Thank you.
In sports.
Get everybody to buy tickets.
It's not often I can speak for
Midnight
the entire company, but I know I can in this regard. Good luck.
Thank you.
Till midnight tonight. Buy those tickets. Buy multiple tickets. John, thanks.
Thank you.
Streak against the Giants. They trail 4-1 as we go to the bottom of the third inning with Jeff Houston and Jenny Cavnar. I'm Drew Goodman. Today's injury report is brought to you by Connect for Health Colorado. Jason Hayward's back. You may recall it was in Denver that he had to have an emergency appendectomy. And he's in the lineup tonight for the Atlanta Braves after missing the better part of a month. And they missed him. Late, the Braves got off to a fabulous start. They've come back to the pack a little bit. They've lost a couple in a row, 22-18. Their record. EY, second look at Madison Bumgarner. He was robbed of at least a double, if not a triple, in the left field corner by Andres Torres. A long running catch. EY now just 2 for 19 against Bumgarner. That Braves game, by the way, Justin Upton's hit his 14th. Braves leading the Dodgers 6-4 as they go to the 7th. That's at Turner Field. Here's the 1-0. And slowly hit to third. Sandoval's got to get up. You're not going to get it. And now the ball goes up the right field line. And EY will go to second. That's the third error of the night on the Giants.
First one was on Baumgartner, one on Marco Scudero, the third one on Pablo Sandoval. A base hit for Eric, and the only chance that they had to get him with this speed was if Crawford made the play. But once Pablo fell down and had to throw off balance to first, he should have just sat on it, just said, no, I'm not throwing it.
Eat the baseball.
Yes.
And that is Sandoval's 5th error. Here's Dexter. Fowler reached on an error on Marco Scudero, and he had to run out about probably 30-40 yards into right center field, but he got under a pop-up and he wasn't able to secure it. Right now the Giants have more errors than the Rockies have hits. And this is a good play right here. And Bumgarner's not going to be able to get it. Base hit on the push bunt by Dexter Fowler. First and third with nobody out. So the two speed guys have set the table. Boach is going to come out and argue with Tim McClellan. Boach will get there eventually.
Yeah, he's coming out to argue with Tim McClellan, but there was no bobble. It was just a judgment call. And with Bumgarner, he has to catch the ball and then spin to make the throw. If it's a right-handed pitcher, he would get it and in one motion throw from the side.
Well, he probably had a point.
Yeah.
It looks like the throw, ball and glove, just beat Fowler. But now both sides are even because the Rockies had an out taken away from them
still,
last inning.
Yeah, at first base they're even. They're still down one with the call at third.
You are correct. Jenny Kavnar again. Jenny.
From James Castens. He wants to know, do the umpires get a video review of missed calls after the game or before the next game? So I'm going to let you speak specifically. I know they have reviews, but I'm not sure exactly to which day. And I know for Toyota Talk, you want to know about instant replay. So tonight, a very good game to display exactly what's been happening and why these questions are coming up.
Yeah, and they'll get a report the next day. Some umpires will go into their umpiring room and ask, hey, can I see that play? Because I want to know before I go to bed tonight, did I get it wrong or did I get it right?
And the home plate umpire gets a grade on his strike zone. They'll give him a percentage of how he called balls and strikes, and they need to consistently be above 92%.
And if they're not, they'll work with the mechanics of, is it one area that they're missing the calls, one zone, or is it just the whole picture they're missing?
Ball and a strike on Cargo. Cargo hit a weak ground ball to short his first time up. Nobody out, first and third. So the Giants are providing the Rockies an opportunity to get back in the ball game, and they have to step through the door, so to speak.
In the two games that San Francisco lost in Toronto, they had 4 errors in the 2 games that led to 8 unearned runs. And that's what, if they're going to continue to give you the errors.
There's a base hit center field. Dexter cuts the bag at second, throws going to third, high throw, and it goes in the dugout into the crowd. Dexter will come home. Cargo will go to third. Put a tent right now over the Giants defensively. They have been awful. 4 errors, and the Rockies are down just 4-3, and the tying run is at third.
You have to give credit on this throw to Dexter Fowler. There's a single by Carlos Gonzalez. Away from him, he just keeps the head down and the barrel leaning, and the body leaning over the barrel, drives it into center. But Dexter, he pressures Pagan to make this throw, and that's just a bad throw.
And it's not a good
baseball play.
It's not a good baseball play. You want to keep the double play in order. You have a guy with tremendous speed you're trying to cut down. Just a poor decision by Angel Pagan. We're glad he made it.
Yeah, and it's a 4th error for Pagan. He had come into this game tied for 3rd most in the National League with 3 errors. That'll jump him to the top of the class.
Nobody out. Tulowitzki at the plate. And bounced foul. Troy struck out his first time. Now Cargo came through.
Yes.
Cargo came through after the table was set by Eric Young Jr. and Dexter Fowler.
And both those guys, it was small ball. It was a base hit that Pablo Sandoval had to dive for, and then the bunt. So it wasn't like you were rocketing the ball over the ballpark.
Right. Pablo Sandoval had the first error of the inning. He made a nice stop. It was an infield hit for EY. Should have ate the baseball, did not. He threw it wildly up the first base line. And that ball cuts inside. 2-1. You're wondering the last time the Giants had 4 errors in a game. It was not terribly long ago. June 7th of last year against the Padres. That typically is a losing number. And a base hit to right. Troy got a hanger, and he delivers the equalizer. Cargo, come on down, and it's a whole new ball game at 20th and Blake. And the body language changing a little bit in that Rockies dugout.
And that's what I was watching, and seeing how guys were high-fiving each other in the dugout. There's more pep in the step. There's an excitement. There's a feel, and your big guys are coming through. First Carlos Gonzalez, now Troy Tulowitzki with his 33rd RBI, which is second most in the National League. High five, some helmet slaps.
Here's Rosario, sharp single his first time. The curveball's in for a strike. Troy with 33 ribbies, second only to Brandon Phillips with Cincinnati. John Buck has 10 home runs, the Mets catcher. Second most home runs by a catcher in the National League. You're looking at him, Willeen Rosario. Ooh. Boy, he got a pitch to fire out there. 0-2.
Just by a sliver of a bat did he miss that. He said, "Can I have that one back?"
Yeah, that ball was headed over the Rockies bullpen if it squared up. Still nobody out. Good job by Rosario.
He's got enough of the changeup. 84 miles an hour from Madison.
And he strikes out Willeen Rosario, first out of the inning, and that'll bring up Arenado. And again, we go to center field and see what questions Jenny has.
Yeah, guys, it's fun to see all of these hits come alive, the bats come alive, I should say. Adrian wants to know, how do players handle the stress of a slump? I tossed this one to Jeff Houston, but you never had a slump, right?
Oh, but my whole career was a slump. I'm sorry, Jenny.
So you eventually got out of it. Come on.
Well,
at some point.
At some point.
You just lay down a bunt. That's what you have to do sometimes.
Well, you know, that's a good point, because when guys are struggling, we've seen Carlos Gonzalez lay down a bunt to help you get out of those slumps. Sometimes it's just getting away from the game, and that's where we always hear players talk about when they have kids, how it helps them play the game better, because you're not all consumed with my 0 for 4. Because when you go home, your kids are jumping on you and they're saying, "Hey, Dad."
They're like puppies. They
right,
really don't care
don't
that
care.
you went 0 for 4.
Yeah, and soon it puts that out of your memory that, you know, it's okay, I'll get a hit tomorrow. But this game will eat at you, and eat at you good.
Well, even Todd Helton, he's had a great career, Hall of Fame career. Todd has told us that as much as he loves playing the game, loves being around it, he can take a deep breath at the end of the season, and it is relaxing because you're not grinding every single day.
And I think that's where this sport, and I have played some of the other ones, not to a high level in college or anything like that, but I played the other. I think that's what makes baseball unique, in you're playing the game every single day, and you have the good streaks and you have the bad streaks, and how to balance them out where you're not too high or too low.
Well, what I always say when you talk about the other major sports is that's up and in 2-2 on Nolan Arenado. Is, you know, if you miss a layup in basketball, you can defend your butt off at the other end to get your aggression out, box out harder. Hopefully you get another opportunity 30, 40, 50 seconds later and have a run out. Football, obviously, you can get your aggression out, your frustration out. Same thing with hockey. That doesn't work out here.
No.
This is fouled off, or excuse me, popped up. And in fair ground, it's caught by Scudero, 2 outs.
Well, to jump in on your guys' conversation there, I talked with Dante Bichette at the beginning of the season, and I just asked on our first road trip, you know, you getting used to the travel again, the grind, having fun? He said, I am having a blast as a coach because I was so stressed as a player every single day. I couldn't get that stress away from me. He said, now I don't have to go up there and hit. I don't have to go up there and perform. I just got to get these guys ready and in a good mental state to do that. So he's really enjoying round 2 of his baseball career as a coach and not with that stress as a player.
The one thing, Jeff, as DJ LeMahieu's up, you can find a degree of solace, consolation, and unity with your teammates, because I don't care how talented, all these guys are ridiculously talented, but they all go through it, even the great ones.
Yeah, and they know how you're feeling and what's going on in your head when you are in one of those places. So they can just a quick pat on the back, or how you doing, everything okay, is it? And it could be the most mundane thing you're talking about. You could be talking about the weather just to get your mind away from the slide that you're in.
Tim McClellan, I think, if you want to see the baseball, and he's going to take it out of play.
Somebody picked up the dark smudge on the baseball.
One 1-0 on LeMahieu, 2 outs. Tulowitzki at first. The Rockies, with 3 runs in the inning, have tied up the Giants at 4. And this ball's lined to left. It's got to get down. It won't. It's right at Andres Torres. But the Rockies can restart the motors. It's all even after 3 innings of play. Inning as we go to the top of the 4th inning. Drew Goodman, Jeff Houston upstairs, and the Vice President and Director of Major League Operations, Bill Guyvet, is joining us. Guyvo, how you doing?
Better now that we tied this thing. Let me tell you, these guys are tough to beat for us, so it's nice to get for.
The obvious question is, at some point in time, is it a psychological thing?
You know, I don't know. Walt and I were talking about that last night because I guess Jenny asked him in the post game. And, you know, Walt's just been here. It's 4 in a row for him. So it's not quite the same, I think. And, you know, we got a different club than last year and a lot of different, you know, our guys are healthy. So I don't think we really carry that into the ball game tonight as much as people might think.
Leading off will be Bumgardner for De La Rosa, who wants to get his club right back to the dugout. Bumgardner singled and would score a run in the second, 1 in the first and 3 in the second for San Francisco.
It's nice for De La Rosa to hit the reset button. Now it's 4-4. You act like it's a 0-0 ball game.
That's right. And it'd be good for George to come out here now. And, you know, he had some good ones as of late, and it'd be nice for him to come out here and especially against this club and shut him down.
As difficult as this game is, and as painful as it can be on nights like last night, from your perspective, does some losses stick with you a little bit longer?
I think they do. I think the one last night, you know, knowing it's against the Giants, knowing that we win that game, we're a game out of first. It's mid-May, any way you want to look at it, but it's nice to know anytime you can pick up a game on the club that's in first place in our division. That's a good thing.
Well, speaking of mid-May, you're at the quarter pole of the season. It's hard to believe it. You know, you're looking at this 1/4 of the way through. Give us some positives and areas that you think you need to improve on.
Well, I think the positive is we're sitting here where we are in the standings in mid-May. I know a lot of people didn't give us credit for the type of club we had and what type of start we might have. So, you know, for us sitting here, we're playing the Giants 3 more games, and we're 3 games out of first behind them in Arizona. So I think all in all, we're sitting pretty good. You know, our pitching after last season, I think we're to the point where it solidified itself and kind of settled down, and I think that was the big thing for us coming out of spring training, is try to just settle down with our pitching and get kind of organized where we're at with our starters and bullpen, and I think we've done that. So that's probably the most promising thing, I think, as we set up for the long season.
And there's a look at the National League West standings. The defending world champ Giants are on top 7 north of 500. Arizona's played well, and the Rockies right there. 3 back. The Padres have moved up considerably in the standings of late. An 0-2 count right now on Angel Pagan. I want to get back to your thought on pitching. You guys have made a move, and tomorrow Tyler Chatwood will take the baseball. We saw him earlier. He seemed a little bit different than what we saw last year in terms of command.
No doubt about it. And I think Tyler, you know, he showed a lot of progress in the early part of the AAA season. We brought him up for those couple starts, and he's definitely showed progress. And we're really looking forward to his next opportunity here tomorrow.
You have another guy down at AAA that's, you look at his numbers, Drew Pomerantz. He's done, I would guess, what you had asked him to do when he's gone down to AAA.
No question about it. I mean, he's using all his pitches now, and I think that's something that we saw last year, relying on his fastball and trying to use that. And this is a tough league to pitch like that, Huey, as you know, and he's using them all now and throwing very, very well, and we're happy with his progress.
It's nice to have that depth.
No question about it. And you know, people say it all the time, you can never have enough pitching, and we proved that last year. And at the same point, I think we like the guys that we have, and we like the guys that we can bring up from AAA, and we'll see how it goes.
2-2. Well, a guy you brought up from AAA, who has been on your radar basically since you drafted him. I remember conversations with yourself and with Dan shortly into Nolan Arenado's professional career, and everybody to a man in the organization said this kid's going to hit, and he's going to hit in the big leagues, and that's what he's done, and played defense his first 17 games.
Oh yeah, I mean, the tough thing with a guy like Nolan, I mean, we feel like he's got a chance to win a Gold Glove at third base. We also think he's got a chance to be a productive middle of the order type of bat. The only thing is really that we were looking at is when is he ready to come do that on the big league stage. And he's a young guy, and at the same point, he's got tools of, you know, the exceptional players at the level. So, you know, for us, it was just a matter of timing and when was the right time. And you know, the disappointment that he had in not making the club out of spring training, and then to go back and prove what he could do at AAA was, I think everybody knew it was the right time.
Another guy along those same lines, DJ LeMahieu. I mean, he kind of pushed the envelope with the numbers he put up at Triple.
Well, we have a few guys that we thought out of spring training that between Walt and the staff and all the meetings that we had, that we had a few players with the type of talent and ability that they could make their own spot. And that's exactly what happened with DJ, and Arenado's an example of that as well. Their performance really put them in position where they could make their own spot up here.
Is that one of the most difficult things, is juggling what's happening now with also the future?
It is. I mean, you're always in these type of positions looking further down the road than what might be happening tonight. But at the same point, we're trying to win every game we can. And, hopefully with the moves we're making, we're putting ourselves in position to do that.
That's a good at bat by Pagan. He was behind 0-2, and he earns a walk. Bill Guyvet is our guest, 1 out, 1 on, and Marco Scutaro, who's completely wearing out the National League right now.
Yeah, we're tired of looking at him. Let me tell you, he's Marco's a great guy, and certainly we know him playing with us. And but I think he gets up a little more for these games against us as well. He seems to play extremely well. I think he got hot when we were in San Francisco there early in the year, and he's just kept on rolling.
Well, the Tigers would argue with you. They'd say he got up for them also, and the Padres,
yeah.
the Dodgers. I mean, he's really been remarkable in a Giant uniform. 1 out, and Pagan, who can run at first in a 4-4 game. Pitchers watch other pitchers, and Jorge has had his share of success. He's been terrific of late. The wonderful game he threw in St. Louis. You almost want to, if you're Jorge, take a page from what Matt Cain did last night. Rockies get after him, and then Cain ends up surviving.
It's the same type of game, and you can see with Cain, I mean, the type of competitor he is, where he gets knocked down, but at the end he's still standing there into the 7th inning. I mean, this is pretty good stuff right there. For George, this would be nice for him right here, either double play and get through this inning and the next one as well, and to come back. And that's something here, especially for us and playing in an offensive ballpark, to be able to, have our starters be able to take some lumps and still keep on going.
1 and 2. We were talking earlier, Jeff had asked you about Pomeranz, and we were talking about Chatwood. When an organization looks at two guys, fans out there, they've seen Tyler Chatwood, they've obviously seen Drew Pomeranz, two very young, gifted arms. Do you label them early on and say they have a chance? Do you put to be a 2 or a 1 or a 3 in terms of a big league rotation?
Well, I think you're doing that out of the draft. I think you're doing that anytime you watch your guys in the minor leagues as well.
Runner going, and Scutaro strikes out, which is a rarity. Pagan gets the bag. That's his 6th. So he's there with 2 outs. Pablo Sandoval coming up.
For all the players, Drew, you're trying to, whether it's position player, pitcher, you're always trying to gauge what you think what their future position will be and where they sit as far as the hierarchy of a major league club. And you're always trying to gauge that, and as difficult as it is, even when they're 18, 19 years old.
Jenny's out in center field. She felt left out.
I did.
She has a question.
More importantly, I don't want Bill Guyvet to feel left out of our social media night. It's a Fan Friday here out in center field. We've been getting a lot of questions, Bill. One of them comes from Daniel Pape, and Daniel wants to know, from your insider's perspective, what are the top qualities that Walt has brought to the Rockies? So I thought perhaps you could give us some insight.
All right, Jenny. I think, well, first of all, Walt, I think, brings that calm demeanor that I think every player appreciates from a manager. You never feel like I don't see him getting too high or too low on any player, and I think they all respect that. They respect not only his playing experience, but the type of competitor he was, and certainly the type of competitor he is as a manager.
You know what I love about Walt? He is a fiery competitor beneath the surface, and he uses an economy of words to deliver his message. And he's going to tell you exactly what he thinks.
Oh yeah, and that's the thing. It's very direct, but he gets his point across, and I think players like that. I mean, it's just very direct and right to the point, and I think it works very, very well with our club.
How about you? I mean, you've had a lot of roles in baseball. You've been with a number of organizations. You've been here with Colorado for over a decade. Your new role, did it take an adjustment to being down with the club, out on the road more, or how's that going?
It's a big adjustment. I mean, to be with the Major League club all the time. You know, with the Dodgers, I was with our Major League club a lot, with Davey Johnson, and I would travel on the road with them a lot. So it's very similar to when I was with the Dodgers. But at the same point, it's you know, being there every day and being with the staff every day and going over all our issues and talking with them. It's definitely different and an adjustment. At the same point, you know, a lot of these guys I've seen since either before we drafted them or in the minor leagues. So from that respect, it's great to watch them all the way through their career and get to the point where they're competing at the highest level and realizing their dream and to be there with them. And a lot of these guys, I know their families and everything else, so it's really interesting.
Yeah, you look out on the field, how many homegrown guys there are just right now as you look out there.
Well, and that's the thing. I mean, Arenado, I remember working him out before the draft and meeting his parents, and Rosario I've seen, whether it's he was 17 in our academy, and Dexter as well when he first started switch hitting, and EY, Pacheco, we made him a catcher, all those things, all those stories come back, and it's great to see them here.
1-2 bounce foul. I want to ask about the mental side of the game. Jeff and I, George and I always talk about it. This game is more taxing mentally, I think, than any of the other major sports. Also, from the mental standpoint, when you're coming off a rough year, a lot of injuries, 98 losses, and then this team has a lot of confidence, but they have to go do it, and they have to overcome certain obstacles that aren't just physical, they're mental as well, aren't they?
Well, it's mental, and I'll tell you, Drew, I mean, we're going through a rough stretch right now, and baseball's a game of streaks, and, you know, we've had a rough time here as of late, last couple weeks, where we haven't really swung the bats well, and we haven't played well, and this is our real first test here, that we're still a game over 500, and we're still, you know, right there at 3 games back, but you know, let's see. It's time to play now and get into this season. The weather's getting better, and
you think? It's nice.
We're not pushing snow off the field and all that other stuff that we could kind of focus on before. It's time to go, and I think our guys are ready for it. And this would be good to respond against this club and in Arizona and move forward from there.
That is punch to right. EY coming up with a baseball, and Angel Pagan is going to beat the throw in, and the Giants take a 5-4 lead. It turns into a big stolen base for Pagan, and Sandoval with his second ribby of the night. He did not have a hit last night. He was the only Giant not to have a hit, and tonight, wouldn't you know, he's 3 for 3.
32 RBIs on the season for Pablo Sandoval, 1 behind Troy Tulowitzki. But to get back to that point for a moment, I was down in the dugout today, and Wald has his daily press conference, and the question was posed to him. He said, you know, I just feel like these guys are still competing, and I think that is the big thing as a former player. When the team's still competing, you still see that fire in the guy's eyes.
Oh yeah.
When you're going through these stretches, because it's going to happen in baseball.
Well, and you're competing, but you still believe that you can do it, and then that's the thing that'll drive you. Is that you know you can compete for a championship and win this division, and that I think is the big thing. And when you go through these down times and a little bit of struggle, you know, where are you at as far as that goes, and where are you as a group, and can you really battle through these things? And that's where we're at right now.
And players are conditioned, and front office people are conditioned that the season's a marathon, and you alluded to it earlier. It is just mid-May, but you also made a statement a couple seconds ago that these games are big. I mean, it's not the next 10. You got the Giants 7 times. You got Arizona 3 times. Can it be overstated?
No, I don't think it can. But the games against the Cubs were big. You know, the ones in the division are big, and they change the standings a little more. But at the same time, you know, every win's a win, and every night you go out to compete, and you got to get every win you can.
And Buster Posey lines a single, and now you have Hunter Pence coming up. 5 runs, 9 hits in 3 2/3 against De La Rosa.
And that's where these guys are so tough. You know, we see it time and time again, whether it's with 2 outs and a runner in scoring position or with 2 strikes. You know, they find a way to try to put the ball in play and get it in there. And you very rarely see them overswing and try to do too much in those spots.
You know what? You took the words out of my mouth. I think AT&T Park plays into that for the Giants. You're not going to hit a lot of home runs.
They're used to playing for a run. Every run is important there. You know, it's a great pitcher's park, the best, maybe the best in baseball, certainly for runs scored. And they're not used to scoring a lot of runs. And this is the way they play. And they play tight games. And I think that's why they play big late in the game. It's because they're used to playing for a run.
Almost half of their wins have come from behind victories for the Giants, and it speaks to your point.
Well, last year they led in leadoff percentage of the inning by getting the first hitter on base with nobody out. They led all of baseball in that, and they're good at moving around and scoring.
Tough out in Hunter Pence. De La Rosa has handled him twice, both on the ground to LeMahieu.
Trying to come up with a comparison for somebody like Hunter Pence, as much as he moves around in the box and how active he is.
You're going to look for a long time. I mean, I don't know how to help you there.
I'm just
watching this guy.
It's like he's had 6 cups of coffee on there, and he should only had 1.
Yeah, he's really played big for them too, coming over from Philly. But I know he's given us some trouble.
Good pitch by De La Rosa, and Tulowitzki throws out Pence. In the inning, there was a run on a couple of hits. The Giants take a 5-4 lead. Guy, appreciate it.
Not at all. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bill Guyvette, Director of Major League Operations for the Rockies. It is 5-4 San Francisco, middle of 4th. Baseball on Root Sports is brought to you by the Ford Fusion. Quality you want, economy you deserve. Ford Fusion, go further. By Southwest Airlines, find our fares online only at southwest.com. By CenturyLink, your link to what's next. And by Dodge, visit dodge.com or your local Dodge dealer today. Well, we've played almost an hour and 45 minutes of baseball, and we're just in the bottom of the 4th inning. 9 combined runs, 5 combined errors. Madison Bumgarner and the Giants have a 5-4 lead. Jordan Pacheco and an RBI groundout in the 2nd inning. He'll be followed by De La Rosa and Eric Young Jr.
The home
hope is that Jordan can get on so De La Rosa can stay in the game, bunt him over.
Guyba was talking about getting the leadoff man on. The Giants world champs last year, led all of baseball in getting the leadoff man on. The last 2 innings, the Rockies have scored. They got a run in the second. They got 3 to tie up the game temporarily in the bottom of the third. In each of those innings, the leadoff man reached.
Well, it just puts the pressure on Baumgartner. He's got to pitch out of the stretch, puts the pressure on the defense. There's so many good things happen when you can create runs. Managers can play it differently. They can bunt, they can hit and run. It's not just sit back and wait.
One, two. Scudero will throw out Pacheco. Wells Fargo, whoops, we'll get to that in a moment. Our AT&T trivia question reads, can you name the 4 catchers to win a batting title?
If you get one of these guys, we'll be impressed. I don't mean one of them. I mean, if you get all of them, we'll be impressed, because there's one in particular that's a tough one. It's Doug Marino's all-time favorite player. De La Rosa with 1 out. That's foul. Wells Fargo customers, get your 2-for-1 Rockies club level seats today by going to wellsfargo.com/Rockies. Wells Fargo Bank, member FDIC.
I'm just looking, it's great to see the people in short sleeves, shorts, enjoying a fun evening at the ballpark.
What are they sharing there? Cute little ones. De La Rosa grounds to second. Now that'll bring up Eric Young, who reached on an infield hit and scored last inning. Where will you find your 3 numbers? Text Pick 3 to 720-720 for your chance to win great prizes from Root Sports and the Colorado Lottery. During tonight's game, we'll randomly pick 1 winner. Don't forget to visit a Colorado Lottery retailer and play Pick 3, the new game from the Colorado Lottery, where 3 lucky numbers are all you need to win. You really did some nice tile work out there in the fountains, putting down the purple root.
Well, I used to have it up on the wall. I just thought it looked better down in the water.
Good decision.
Yeah.
I was wondering why you were wandering around the ballpark earlier in a bathing suit.
I just had my shorts on. It wasn't. No, I was out at the ballpark today watching some high school baseball playoffs. Started today. Final 8 and 5A and 4A. I was out the Chaparral game against Mountain Vista.
Yeah, I know your son Cody plays for Chaparral.
Mountain Vista won today. They, at least the first game, up against Thunder Ridge in the second game. Didn't see how that game ended.
So Creek got beat today.
Creek got beat.
Mark Johnson's club. Top team in the state trying to repeat.
But there is a winner. Class 1A.
I saw that.
Fleming won. The Fleming Wildcats beat Holly 5-3.
Read that in the paper today.
Congratulations to Fleming.
2-2, you bet.
Pitcher for Fleming had 12 strikeouts.
Fourth inning, 71 pitches for Bumgarner. And that is bounced to second, and he got it. Scudero just did get Eric Young. And it's the first 1-2-3 inning for Madison Bumgarner. 5-4 Giants. Look back. Second inning, Brandon Crawford with another big hit. It's an RBI single to drive in a run. And then Madison Bumgarner would have a base hit. Sandoval, Scudero, all RBI singles to second. Third inning, the Rockies will get an RBI base hit from Carlos Gonzalez, and then Pagan threw the ball into the stands. Dexter would score. Tulowitzki would bring home Gonzalez with that base hit. The Rockies tied it up, but in the fourth inning, Pablo Sandoval's third hit of the night brings home Pagan, and it's 5-4 San Francisco. Cooney Lexusworth Luxury has a new address in Greenwood Village. Brett Pill is behind 0-2. De La Rosa here in the fifth inning will face Pill, Andres Torres, and Brandon Crawford. 6, 7, and 8 for San Francisco. Curveball blocked, 1-2. So Toyota Talk inning. We asked you earlier to sound off on your thoughts if instant replay or replay in general is expanded in the officiating of the game of baseball. Green light for out or safe.
Red light, green light.
Umpires stay on the field. If we had replayed, the Giants wouldn't have had their second run. That's true because of the throw that should have cut down Brandon Crawford.
Somebody say no replay.
Don't turn this great game into a video game. I agree with that,
Yes.
texter. I would hate to see it on balls and strikes. I would not want to see the strike zone automated. And I know that we show, as most broadcasts do, a strike zone that is done scientifically, so it matches the strike zone of each hitter. It's not an arbitrary thing. It is adjusted for each hitter and their stance. Here's the 1-2. On the ground to third, Arenado pulls it to his chest. 1 out. But I would not want to see that as part of how the game is adjudicated. Andres Torres 0 for 2. Give each team one red flag per series.
or 1 red flag per game.
Walt was asked about that yesterday. He kind of chuckled. He said, you know what, football's more conducive to that. He said, I don't know about throwing a beanbag out of the dugout, but who knows?
Somehow get one challenge.
Here's the thing. On out safe calls on the bases, you don't have to have 3 umpires run inside and the whole process take 3, 4, 5 minutes.
Well, then
it's another umpire if you were to go in that direction upstairs, just like the NFL has. And if the first replay that shows clearly ball and glove, foot not on the bag, they just radio down through an earpiece, and the whole thing could take 30 seconds. Yeah, you'd save an argument. 2 outs. And that'll bring up Crawford.
Talking about, would they have just one centralized room in New York where they're watching every game, and like hockey where they have to go back to Toronto to see if it was a goal or not? Kelly Lakewood just says keep it as is. The human element is part of baseball.
Crawford puts down a bunt. Rosario pounces on it and fires to first. And that is the first 1-2-3 inning for Jorge De La Rosa. 5-4 Giants as we go to the bottom of the 5th inning.
Hit us up at @RootSports_RM. We're taking your questions and we're answering them. Michael Kadire is sitting by me because we have a question about him. Let's go to the Twitter feed and we'll check in with Rebecca. Rebecca wants to know, when is Kadire coming back? Well, he was placed on the disabled list on May 12th with inflammation in his neck. It's an injury that really started occurring for him back in 2004, went away, and it came back a little bit. So rest right now is really key for him. On the 15-day DL, he's set to come back on May 27th. Not sure if that's the exact set date or not yet for him. It's kind of day-to-day seeing where he's at on rest. But if you want to know exactly what he's doing today, at Rockies posted this picture of Michael Kadire. He was helping sell tickets at the ticket window. So you never know when you go to buy your tickets, or I even heard he was answering phone calls at the 303 Rockies phone number when you go to call to buy in your tickets. You never know. Michael Kadire may be the one answering the phone or helping serve you guys.
Multi-talented, just like you, Jenny.
Oh, I don't know about that, Drew.
Might take a picture.
And this is into center field, a base hit past a diving Scudero. And Dexter, the tying run at first here in the 5th inning, and that'll bring up Carlos Gonzalez. Second hit of the game for Fowler. Let's answer our AT&T trivia question. Looking for the 4 catchers to win a batting title. Buster Posey did it last year.
Here it comes, Doug.
And Doug's favorite players on the list. Bubbles Hargrave, back in 1926 with Cincinnati. Ernie Lombardi won a couple. One with Cincinnati, one with Boston when they were in the National League. The Braves. Mauer won 3. Outside ball one on Cargo. Line single to center in the 3rd. He would eventually score his 23rd RBI. 365 against lefties this year, which is the 6th best mark in the National League. Ryan Braun is leading in that category at 429.
He hit in the 3rd inning to drive in a run.
This Giant staff, as everybody knows, has been outstanding. But one of the reasons they've been so outstanding is their durability. They don't miss. And Cargo saying, you know what, if you're going to play that far back, I'm going to sand a ball. I may take the free hit on the left side if I can lay down the bunt, which he's adept at doing.
Yeah, pass the baton to Troy Tulowitzki that's hitting behind him.
It's 3-0.
That's playing smart baseball.
And ball 4. So Cargo walks. That pushes Dexter to second. And it'll bring up Tulowitzki. 2 on and nobody out. Register now for your chance to win tickets to Dwight Yoakam with special guest Chancey Phillips and the Younger Brothers Band July 21st at Old Cheyenne. You'll also be entered to win baseball packages plus the VIP grand prize, which includes backstage passes, hotel transportation, championship bull riding tickets, a Western wardrobe, and much more. For official rules and to enter, visit cfdrodeo.com/Dwight Yoakam. Way outside, ball 1. Tulowitzki, a patient at bat his last time up. And he lined a single through the right side to drive in a run. Troy has really slowed things down with runners in scoring position this year.
Yeah, with experience comes wisdom, and that's where Troy is now. Go back to that last at bat you're talking about. It was a fastball up and away from him. He just hit it to right field. He didn't try to roll over and hit it into the gap in left center field, where that's a double play ball.
Look at those numbers. 366. Got Dexter with great wheels at second. Cargo runs well, of course, at first. Pitches in, 2-1 count on Tulowitzki. Well, when you've lost 10 in a row and 31 out of 40 against a club, you figure when you end a streak, it's not going to be easy, however it happens. Last night you thought you had it done and turned into one of the most difficult losses probably the most difficult loss they've suffered in 2013, and here they are in a battle down 4-0 initially, and it's 5-4 San Francisco now.
Yeah, but just get it done however you can. That's the bottom line for these guys tonight, is you figure out a way to win, and if it means using the 4 errors to your advantage, do it. Now you got Bumgarner worried about Dexter Fowler. at second base, nobody out, pressure's on him, and then that's when the mistakes happen. You leave a pitch up and it's hit in the gap or into the seats. Well, the Rockies bullpen, Edgemere Escalona is up and getting loose for San Francisco, George Contos.
Three and two on Tulowitzki.
I think the Rockies will start the runners.
Troy lines it, gloved by Sandoval.
It's a good thing they did, because that would have been a triple play.
That would have been a triple play.
Not now with the line drive, and Troy couldn't hit this any harder, just right at Pablo Sandoval. He must have got help, because he was sliding to his right. I mean, help. Must have got help from the shortstop, Brandon Crawford, letting him know a breaking pitch was coming.
Willeen Rosario, single and a strikeout for the Rockies catcher.
See, those little fake inside moves did nothing for me as a base runner at second base, because it's so out of what he normally does that it doesn't even worry you.
The odds increase for you that Dexter goes at some point here.
Yes. But don't run just to run. You have to get a good jump where Bumgarner is using a higher leg kick, or Scudero is not holding you close at second base. "55 strikes, 30 balls for Madison Bumgarner."
Line drive, nobody's going to catch that. Dexter around third. He's coming home. Throw is cut off, and we have a tie game once again. Willeen Rosario coming through. 23rd ribby for Rosario. 5-5.
Three out of the last 4 innings, the Rockies have gotten the leadoff base runner on. They've scored. Rosario gets on top of this high fastball. Really gets the full extension on the Mike Shaw Subaru Supermo. Dexter with the long strides. Score standing up.
Arenado's 0 for 2. Reached on a fielder's choice. And also popped to second. Outfield straight up and deep for Nolan. Go ahead run at second in Cargo. Rosario at first. Strike one. Tonight's Cold Hard Fact is brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light. Todd Helton at 39 and change. Nolan Arenado at 22 and change. Hit back-to-back home runs last night. The 17-year difference tied for the 9th biggest difference in age. Hank Sauer and Orlando Cepeda, number 1. Sauer at 41 and a young Orlando Cepeda at 20. The biggest differential between guys who went back-to-back.
There's the original Baby Bull.
That's right.
1-1, swung on and missed. It's 1-2.
Tardy on the fastball, was looking for an off-speed pitch.
Two and two. This graphic's interesting on the age differential. Guys went back to back. The Giants for the top three. Chris Spire and Willie Mays on a couple of occasions went back to back. And then really interesting for me, because the Mariners, remember they had Junior in center and the old man next to him in left. Well, they went back to back once.
I believe that was in Anaheim. Yeah, Doug looking that up on the computer. It's at Old Angel Stadium.
Where was Old Angel Stadium?
Same place.
It was the same
now.
place,
Yes.
right?
Yes. Just renovated 2 or 3 times.
It's about a mile from Disneyland.
Yes.
Two on and one out. 5-5. And that's right down the right field line. It is a foul ball.
Not by much, but he just has to protect with the 2 strikes. Missed it by a foot.
Good at bat. 3-2 now on Arenado. DJ LeMahieu on deck.
The Rockies did not start the runner when Troy was up in a full count. I don't see them starting the runner either with Nolan at the plate. He's 4 for 9 with runners in scoring position tonight.
And Bumgardner wins the battle ultimately. And they're 2 outs.
So Doug did do the research on the Griffeys. It was at Angel Stadium, September 14th, against Kirk McCaskill, a Canadian.
You weren't with the Angels then?
No.
Good memory though.
1990, I was with the Texas Rangers.
Same division. LeMahieu a strikeout and a line drive to left. His fastball naturally bores in on righties anyhow, and that's before he cuts it. When he cuts it, I mean, it has the appearance, I'm sure, halfway there to a hitter, that it's off the plate away, and by the time it gets to you, it's on your knuckles.
Well, and too late to react. And that's why the cutter is an effective pitch, because you can't process all of that in your mind before you go to swing. High fastball is the one that got DJ in the 2nd inning.
on his second strike and his third strike.
Yes, it was up at the letter. I mean, it was up right in that area. So look, try to set your sights down more.
Whoa. You got a pitch to handle there. Bumgarner almost fell into the dugout, which is hard to do from the mound.
Watch where he goes. Oh, that's right. It was a heel strike. His heel hit the ground before the ball of his foot. Tried to go upstairs.
"97 pitches in for Bumgarner.
And he's due up first next inning. That's why Contos was warming up. But still, he's ready to go. Mark Gardner, their bullpen coach. With the Giants 11 years as a coach.
And 3-2.
With Rosario's speed at first, you get a ball into the gap, there's a chance to score. Carlos Gonzalez, just make sure that Madison goes home. That's what all first or third base coaches will tell the base runners. Don't get caught. See the ball out of his hand to home before you take off running. Four of the 6 batters this inning have gone to a 3-ball count.
High, ball 4. And LeMahieu goes to first, and they're loaded up for Pacheco. Second walk allowed this inning by Bumgarner. Gonzalez at third. Rosario, who singled in a run, the tying run, is at second, and LeMahieu at first. Drive, deep left field, way back, Tinkle, good look, you won't see it for long. What a time for Pacheco's first of the year. How about a granny? First home run of the year, first career slam.
And he jumps on this first pitch from Madison Bumgarner. What a sweet sound. And he knew it. Just got to admire those when they're 20 rows deep.
Dante Bichette happy. And smiles in that dugout. In the first couple of innings, there was nothing but long faces when the Giants jumped out to a 4-0 lead. Rutledge is going to pinch hit for De La Rosa, And Bruce Bochy's now going to make a double switch. He was informing Bob Davidson, the home plate umpire. So the Rockies, back-to-back nights, have gotten after Matt Cain, who was pitching unbelievable baseball in May. And tonight, their steadiest starter, Madison Bumgarner. Last night, ultimately turned into a loss. Tonight, still a lot of baseball left. The Rockies need to finish it. What a moment for Jordan Pacheco. Right time for that. Played plenty tonight, tomorrow, and through the night. Jordan Pacheco, a grand slam. And the Rockies down 5-4 at the start of the inning, now the 9-5 lead, and they've knocked Madison Bumgarner off the hill. The 9 runs he allowed tonight, a career most. 7 were earned.
Jordan Pacheco, that first grand slam, you're running around the bases and you don't even feel your feet hitting the ground.
George Contos on the hill, strike 1. Looks like he's got a headache. Did somebody hit him with that big fist?
Well, either that or guys are pounding him on the top of the head with his helmet on.
1-1 on Rutledge, again pinch hitting. Pitching change brought to you by Ram Trucks.
George Contos' 21st appearance. That's right up there with Sergio Romo for most for the San Francisco Giants. Gregor Blanco in the double switch goes into Torres' position in left field. He'll hit in the pitcher spot 9th or 1st next inning.
Whoa. Did that get him?
No.
He's
got him awake.
Yeah, he's a contortionist to get out of the way.
So with this 4-run lead, holds up and give Jorge a chance to get the win. Just hang around and keep the club there. Sometimes it's going to be a battle.
That's like Matt Cain last night.
Yeah.
Strike 3 on Rutledge. So Contos strikes out the pinch hitter Rutledge. The Rockies send 8 to the plate, 5 score. Rosario had an RBI single to tie it. And then Jordan Pacheco with his first career grand slam. And the Rockies are at front 9-5. With a 9-5 lead as we go to the top of the 6th inning, Edgemer Escalona will take over as we welcome you back upstairs with Jenny Kavnar, who's out in center field, and Jeff Hewson. I'm Drew Goodman, and we're going to bring in Gloria because we didn't realize Gloria's been standing back here, and she brought us dessert. This is very, very sweet of you in more than one way.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's for Berry Kebab down on the concourse. And folks,
yes,
Huey has this once a day. Gloria, thank you. That's very kind of you.
Yes.
Huey has this once a day.
This is not okay.
Hi, Jenny.
This is not okay. And cheesecake too. He just told me it was going to be fruit kebabs. Mike Fox, our producer, just rubbing it in.
You know what?
I brought those to you before. The least you guys could do, one of you could come out here.
I'm going to throw it to you. Ready? Hold on.
I'm catching.
Wait, no.
Dang, that's fine. Enjoy it. We're good. We're fine. It's fine.
Really,
I'll think twice next time before I do anything nice for you.
Perfect.
Jenny.
Yes.
It's a long evening. You know, the Pony Express could kick into action and we could get it to you. There may be a couple of bites taken out of it.
It might be melted by that time.
Well, you know, listen, camera 2, our Shag camera, our high home camera, Sam Herniason, who's very camera shy. He's always behind the camera over there. We love Sam. He's a member of our family. And it's the first time he's come out from hiding because he smells
only time
food.
we've seen him. Yeah.
Hey, Sam, I don't blame you. I get it, dude. I've had those. Delicious. Well, you guys enjoy. I'm fine out here, just all by myself in center field. It's not a big deal.
I understand. 1-1.
And you're doing a great job out there, Judy.
You're doing a wonderful job.
Yeah, now you butter me up.
The count's 1-1 on Gregor Blanco. I think Sam's words were, "Don't give that to Jenny. I'm hungry." 2-1. We were talking earlier to Bill Guyvette. De La Rosa needed to take a page from Matt Cain. He had his best inning in the 5th. This is an easy play for LeMahieu. He gets Blanco. And now, like Matt Cain yesterday, who kind of survived, De La Rosa has a chance to get a W.
Right. Well, and every game you're not going to go out there like De La Rosa did last time, where 6 2/3 of no hit. He goes 7 innings without giving up a run. It just doesn't happen on a nightly basis unless your name's Bob Gibson or somebody like that. You're going to have some struggle. There's games where you go out and you just, as you mentioned, survive to get through your 5 or 6 innings and give your club a chance to come back and to rally. But two things now. Escalona, keep the ball game here. Don't give the Giants breathing room. And then your offense, tack on a few more.
And that's in the strike zone on Pagan. It's 0-2. Escalona has not allowed an earned run since April 20th. And he's allowed earned runs only twice this year. Once against Arizona on April 20th and against the Padres on April 13th. Escalona in that middle relief role, that hybrid role, that bridge role has been outstanding.
Those last 3 games, Tampa Bay 2 innings, St. Louis 3 innings, Chicago 2 innings. So he knows what's expected when he goes out there, that it's going to be the minimum 2 innings, might be asked to get 3. But he's enjoying that role.
The league is hitting under 185 against Edgemere Escalona. 2 outs, nobody on. Marco Scudero coming up. Well, the Rockies have eclipsed the magic number of 7. Fans, make your way to Taco Bell tomorrow. Do it between 4 and 6 for your Rockies Taco Special. And a reminder that Root Sports and Taco Bell together will donate $250 to the Colorado I Have a Dream Foundation. Everybody wins. Scudero 2 hits, 3 at bats. De La Rosa struck him out his last time up, a rare punch out for Marco. With the 2 hits tonight, he only needed 1 to extend his hitting streak. It's now at a major league best 16. Rockies trying desperately to snap that 10-game losing streak against the Giants and turn the tables on a team that has been their nemesis, in particular the last couple of years. 9-31 since the beginning of 2011. That's in there. 1-2.
Last pitch 88 with the slider from Edgemere.
Lined foul. Jorge De La Rosa, 5 innings, 5 runs, 9 hits, a walk, and a strikeout. He threw 90 pitches.
Well, next Purple Monday is May 20th, where Purple win prizes including autographed items, and the first 10,000 fans will receive a Rockies Purple t-shirt.
Marco Scudero got off to a slow start, hitting .218 when his 16-game hitting streak began, and he's raised his average 107 points in 16 games at .325 now.
It helps when you're hitting during that streak at almost a 500 clip.
You think?
Yeah. So he's 31 for 64 during that streak.
You're not supposed to do that at this level.
No, that's video game numbers. You can create your own player.
Easy. Hold on. There's my man Mike down the line helping out. Another foul ball. Escalona, big, strong man.
Appeared in 22 games last year. 5 the year before.
Every once in a while, there's a guy like a Juan Cruz. He throws really hard, but doesn't look like it. And then there's a guy like Escalona. He looks like he throws hard, and he does.
Puts everything in it. High leg kick to finish. Follow through. A guy like that, Ramon Ortiz.
Yeah. Ramon just won a game with Toronto as a starter. He's 40. Ramon Ortiz, an answer to a great Rockies trivia question. You know what it is. Who was the winning pitcher in the play-in game of 2007? Everybody remembers Carroll's line drive to right, Giles' throw, Matt Holliday's slide, Tulowitzki and Kaz Matsui involved in the winning rally. Who was the winning pitcher? Who came out and finally retired the Padres after Hairston had hit the home run? It was Ramon Ortiz. And a foul tip. Scudero may turn 40 before this at bat ends.
Mike Shaw, Subaru, Super Mo, just went in and out of the glove.
Big crowd tonight. Over 33,000 last night. This is much larger tonight. And Scudero with his third hit. He may start getting the Barry Bonds treatment.
I'll just tell him what's coming. Because then he'll put it in his mind. Are they telling me the truth or not?
Pablo Sandoval. Double, single, single, 2 ribbies. Thanks for texting in your thoughts tonight during Toyota Talk as we kicked around expanding replay in baseball. Visit the Root Sports Facebook page at facebook.com/Root Sports, where Hall of Famer Tracy Ringlesby will give you his opinion on instant replay before the conclusion of the game. Escalona got rid of Blanco and Pagan quickly. The reason there's 22 pitches in the inning is Scudero. High fly ball to right field. Eric Young waited. He's got it. So Escalona safely navigates the 6th inning. We go to the bottom half of the 6th inning. Oh, really, Jim? And you're eating already. We haven't touched ours. You complain,
Ours is still on
and
the
now,
plate.
now you're happy.
Go ahead.
Hey, Jenny, we'll check back with you in the postgame, okay?
Okay.
Rockies up 9-5.
Rockies baseball on Root Sports is brought to you by Jeep. Visit Jeep.com to learn more. By the Honey Smoked Fish Company, secrets in the fire. It's a ready-to-eat superfood. And by Connect for Health Colorado. When health insurance plans compete, there's only one winner, you. Fruit kebabs. I feel like in a giant game of Candyland right now. They're good. Oh,
So you
Jenny.
took a bite of.
That was pretty good.
Did you scarf all that
I'm done.
down?
It's all done.
Nice job.
I shared. We have a big production crew out here.
You're lying.
Like
Nobody's
I
out there.
shared.
That's an unmanned camera. You're by yourself. Stop
I wish I could
lying.
turn the camera. They're all just diving into it like a bunch of hungry dogs. Let's be honest. We know our TV crew. These guys, they free food, done deal.
Isn't that what media stands for? And somehow there's some strange acronym there.
Well, I did learn one thing tonight. Ask and you shall receive. So I know what you guys do up there now. You're just like, oh, we're kind of hungry.
And Jenny,
I wonder if a snack will appear.
Jenny, in your case, as he was at the plate, he pops his foul. It wasn't ask and you shall receive. It was
Beg.
It was complain and you shall receive.
Or beg. I know. I'm sorry, but it just
But it tasted
so good.
good, didn't it?
I know it did. It really did. Those are my favorite. Are you guys eating yours yet?
Well, Drew.
No, yes.
Whatever.
Oh yeah, you ate most of yours. Didn't
He cut it up to act like he didn't eat
I was
it all.
civilized.
you gotta eat the cheesecake. That's my favorite.
I had, you know what? I just had a bite of it. That I
There's
love.
so many
That cheesecake is out of
different
this
food
world.
options at the stadium. I mean, you can go down the list.
Coors Field has outstanding and a wide range, as you said, of choices to eat. Think about ballparks 30 years ago. I mean, the only person who truly was happy was Frazier, because he was eating hot dogs with mayonnaise on it. It's like, it's
that
great.
was it.
Gourmet meal.
Popcorn and Cracker Jacks.
Now you can get a gourmet meal. In fact, this ball's hit the left center field. Pagan will get there. It's hit pretty well. In fact, we're going to the press club to do a broadcast on Monday. The Diamondbacks are in town. And it's the all-new press club. See those folks acting like they're members of the press or not. They're just eating like members of the press. That's a really cool new section. Opened this year. Dexter Fowler with one out. And again, as we said yesterday, the Rockies need to keep their foot on the offensive pedal.
Keep going, and the 4-run mark that's the watermark, because you want to get above that, because it takes the grand slam out of play. We saw what happened with Jordan Pacheco when he hit his. It gives you that life, and it makes your team feel good about what's happening in the game. But when you add that 5th or that 6th run on, then it puts the pressure, and it kind of takes away some of that good feeling from the other dugout. They say, wow, 6 runs. Well, that's a lot.
That other dugout's confident because of all they've accomplished the last few years.
Well,
and they're confident because last night they overcame a 6-run deficit.
Yeah, they had 12 wins this year when they've been trailing. They come from behind.
Fastball at 90, missed high and away. It's 2-2 on Dex. And this is a high fly ball to center field. Jenny, nice of you to mix in a question on this Fan Friday.
I did. I got a question earlier that was like, have you tried the cheesecake and berries yet? And so I'm just doing what the fans ask. Let's go to Vinny. Vinny wants to know, San Francisco has their splash landing count. How many home run balls have landed in the fountains at Coors Field? Well, the PR staff here, they actually don't keep count of it, but I thought I might jog your memories, both of you, and see if you guys remember any splash balls in the fountains here at Coors Field.
Yeah, Cargo's about to, okay? Just keep watching. That
That's a really long way because I've been out there once. Huey was out there swimming earlier. That's
set
about
up the sign.
Yeah, that's about 30 feet or so past the wall. What I tell you, this is headed toward the fountains. Get in the fountains. Get up and get in the fountains. Oh, he missed.
But he'll
take it anyhow. Make it 10-5 Colorado. Cargo's 10th jack of the year.
24th RBI.
Just bad aim, though.
Should pull it more. That extra insurance run. Carlos Gonzalez can cover the plate as well as anybody in all of baseball. Meaning he has the power to hit it out to center field when the ball's on the outside third. Shaw Subaru Supermo. I mean, that ball is where Buster Posey wanted it. But Carlos Gonzalez is just a better hitter.
Slider, and it's 1-1. Cargo's 24th RBI. Again, a slider, and it's 2-1. Got a chance, Huey. He's got a chance to be a decent player if he keeps working.
Well, you know he's going to work. Rockies have responded. They fell behind 4-0. They get 1 in the second, 3 in the third, 5 in the fifth, and another one here in the sixth, and they're not done yet.
That say, holy cow, Root Sports _DG of Root Sports Arm just straight called that.
Congratulations. Wow. That is good TV. Congratulations.
Cargo and I have this thing, I radio down to him, and it's like a video game. That's back up the middle, base hit for Tulowitzki.
Can you do it more often?
Got to pick your spots, Huey. Got on the bus the other night. Yeah, it was leaving St. Louis, and Walt, the skipper always sits in the first seat, past Walt. I said, you know what? That's good managing. You play that 8-run card. Always play that 8-run card.
Or the home run, the grand slam.
Yeah, the granny he played earlier for Pacheco. Great managing. Willeen Rosario, 2 for 3. Has an RBI. He scored a couple of runs. Huey, if the Rockies finish this out, and there's still a lot of baseball left, 3 innings. This will be, it's one day, but it will be a real fine response and helpful in terms of the confidence and mentally in ending the streak and doing it hopefully emphatically against the Giants, especially after what happened last night.
Yeah, in 2 ways. One, you just take that big deep breath and say, okay, that is over. That 10 games that they beat us at, that's over. It's a 1-game winning streak is the way you'd have to look at it. The second thing is you fell behind early in this game 4-0, but you rallied. So that's another gut check moment for the players.
And you did it against one of the top pitchers.
Well, yeah, I mean,
in the National League.
Right. And the Giants, probably the Giants' most consistent and best starter all year long.
The league was hitting 198 against Bumgarner coming into the ball game. And out on the road, you've been unbelievable.
2-0 with a 0.83 ERA.
Bruce Bochy's club. One final note on Bumgarner, who's out of the game, obviously. In his first 8 starts, the Giants had won 6 of them.
Bruce Bochy in his 7th year managing the Giants.
A longtime manager of the Padres. One of the best in the business. And this ball's lifted to center field pretty deep. Pagan pushed back to a couple steps shy of the track. Rockies add on. They get a 10th run on the 10th home run from Carlos Gonzalez to dead central. Just missed the fence. Look back thus far. McDonald's, I'm loving it. Make sure you get the new breakfast and regular menu favorites from midnight to 4 a.m. at McDonald's. Jordan Pacheco in a 5-5 game with the bases loaded. Every angle we show you, the ball lands the same spot. They've got the crowd dancing. A crowd, I'm thinking in excess of 40,000 tonight. We haven't gotten the official number yet. Willie Rosario with the bear hug on Jordan Pacheco. So good to see the dugout smiling ear to ear. Edgmer Escalona will continue on here in the 7th inning. His 2nd inning of work. He will see Buster Posey, Hunter Pence, and Brett Pill. Down low on Buster. Posey a sac fly in the 1st inning to give the Giants an early 1-0 lead. He also has singled in the game. Where's that? Just off the plate, evidently. 2-1. Three balls and a strike. And a walk. Posey reaches. Hunter Pence coming up. 3 ground outs in the game. Troy Tulowitzki coming in to remind Escalona, hey, you got a 5-run lead.
Yeah.
You can't hit he's a great hitter. He's the MVP of the league. He can't hit a 5-run homer. Let's check in with Jenny again. Jenny?
Hey guys, it is Fan Friday. Don't forget to send us your Fan Friday questions at @RootSports_RM. Now, I got to go to Mark Stout. The guy's at home. He has a night off. And guess what? He's working. He came up with this fun fact. Tell Huey that Jordan, this is Jordan's Twitter handle, Drew, just so you know, JStyleP, matched Huey's home run total with 8 tonight. Career home run number 8 with the Grand Slam, his first Grand Slam in his career. Huey, 8 home runs, that's pretty impressive for you.
Thank you. Thank you. It's 8 more than Mark Stout has.
That's exactly right. I like that. And and Drew, all combined.
You know what? And we love Mark, and I was going to point that out. I had your back.
Okay,
I was going to say that's 8 more. And listen, I think it's 7 more. It's 7 more than our good friend.
Because he has 1
on the television side for the Giants. Dwayne Kuiper played a long time in the big leagues. Hitting home runs wasn't his thing either.
No, he had 1 home run in his career. Part of the 1 home run club. See, it was my belief if you hit a lot of home runs, then they expected it from you.
Down the right field line, past a diving Pacheco, and it's going to roll around in the corner. Run's going to come home. And Hunter Pence is going to have a triple.
Pence late with the swing. He just punches the ball past Jordan Pacheco, comes off the bag, slices it past him. If Jordan can snag that, he'll fall on the bag to get the first out and maybe get Buster Posey at second. Tim Flannery waving. Posey trying to score the leadoff walk.
Oh, and 1 on Pill. 1 for 3, a double back in the second.
Rex Brothers is getting loose in the Rockies bullpen.
And coming home's Pence. And it's now a 10-7 game. Pretty good collision. Escalona's okay, just angry.
Was a weird way for Willeen to go for that ball. They must have backed up on him. Just going to go out and check on Escalona, calm him down, and make sure he's not hurt.
They have not scored that yet. Wild pitcher pass ball.
I was just looking at Willeen's setup. Now he set up away, and his momentum was going to right field, or to the right side, but it was a wild pitch from Escalona.
There's nobody out. Brett Pill with a 1-1 count. Look back on last inning, that Cargo home run. He doesn't hit it. It's a 2-run game, and this ball's lined to left and deep, and that's a fair ball. And Pill's going to have a double. This is as much as Escalona's got nicked in a long time.
They had Nick Noonan, the left-handed batter, out to pinch hit for the pitcher. Now they've pulled him back.
Pitcher spot after double switch 2 innings ago is the 7th spot.
So that's what they're waiting for. I mean, Noonan was never introduced. Now they're going to go to Joaquin Arias. Because with two left-handers, if they would have gone to Noonan and Crawford, they would have brought in Rex Brothers. Now Walt's going to make that move anyway.
So Walt will take the baseball from Escalona. Brothers will be coming in. We'll step aside. The Giants have closed to within 3.
With a runner on second, the Giants, they are down by 3. Colorado holding a 3-run lead, 10-7. Welcome you back to Center Field. It is a Fan Friday. We want to hear from you. @RootSports_RM is where you can send your tweets. We have one right now from Kyle. Kyle asks a very interesting question. If a pitcher commits an error that scores a run, is that recorded as an earned run towards the pitcher? It's actually counted as an unearned run when he commits an error in the field. But when it comes to wild pitches and pass balls like we just saw in the Edgemer-Escalona situation, that was a wild pitch, and therefore that counts as an earned run, where an unearned run would be in a pass ball situation that is towards the catcher, and that would technically be kind of like an error on the catcher.
All right, Jenny, thank you for that explanation. Joaquin Arias is up, and the first pitch is in there from Brothers for a strike. Rex Brothers with the second lowest earned run average in the National League of anybody that works out of the bullpen. Colorado native Mark Melanson is number 1. And that's a base hit. Hill throws on the line drive, and now he's going to test the arm of Fowler, and it's cut off by Jordan Pacheco. Obviously that was, I assume that was called by the catcher Rosario, and it's 10-8. So Escalona ends up giving up 3 runs in an inning plus.
Oh, Arias.
The bad thing is here is that Arias got the second base.
Yeah, with the high throw from Dexter, trying to get the runner. Jordan jumped up, but Arias was going the whole way.
They never would have had him.
No.
And now Crawford, who has really hurt the Rockies. RBI single in the first. 3-run home run in San Francisco. Waves at that.
A smart pitch from Rex Brothers to throw the slider first pitch, because Crawford left on left likes to swing at the first fastball that he sees, and that's what he did against De La Rosa in the second inning. Throw him one more.
A walk and 3 straight hits. Triple, double, single. And again, it's the walk. You always say this. It happens so many times. The walk kills you. You're up 5 runs. And Escalona's a strike thrower. I know Buster Posey's up there.
It's a home run. It's 10-6.
He can't hurt you. Make him earn his way on.
Good block.
That's a heck of a block.
Rex overthrew the slider. You don't need to throw your best one. Just throw what you threw on the first 2 pitches to Crawford. Just throw it to the outside part of the plate. Go right over into this area right there, and he'll wave at it.
Just like that. Rosario did a great job there. He has to look Arias back. I mean, really look him back. And then fire it to Pacheco in case Arias tried to move up. So Jordan would have a play at third.
Yeah, and before that, having to block the slider down in the dirt with the swing. And that was the first component of this. You block it, throw off the mask, clear yourself, look at the runner, and then get inside and yell inside. So you let the first baseman know where you're going to be throwing the baseball. And Jordan goes to the bag, put his left foot on the bag to clear himself, step on it, 1 out.
Gregor Blanco's second at bat, a strike.
Gregor's taking slider, slider, slider to Crawford. I'm not going to swing at the first one. They throw a 94-mile-an-hour fastball.
On the ground is second. LeMahieu throws out Blanco. Arias to third, 2 outs. Another question from Jenny.
Yeah, guys. Gus, age 9, chiming in. You gotta like this one. He asked, what's the highest score the Rockies ever got in a game? Well, Gus, the Rockies 3 different times have scored 20 runs in a game. And the last time they did it was in 2006, and they actually did it against the Giants. So maybe Gus is trying to see what might happen in this game. I'm just saying.
Well, the Rockies are halfway there. 2 outs, Angel Pagan. This is big. It's a 10-8 game. And you have a runner 90 feet away. 3 have scored here in the 7th for San Francisco.
Pagan at over 3 tonight. Drop his average below 240, hitting from the right side.
I think Rosario, Rex Brothers, wanted that first pitch. They wanted that one also.
Bob Davidson has not called the low strike tonight. In the 4 strike zone, he saw the first pitch was a strike. There was one earlier on Troy that was called the ball. It was at the knees. Another one later on in the game against the Giants wasn't called the strike. So Bob hasn't changed the low strike zone.
And that last pitch was a little off the plate.
Get to the ballpark early this Sunday as the first 20,000 fans receive a 20th anniversary Dante Bichette bobblehead courtesy of Root Sports. Get your tickets today, but get here early because of the Dante bobblehead.
Line drive, caught by Fowler. Dexter lays out and keeps the Giants from scoring their 9th run. That was large. 10-8 Rockies.
brought to you by CenturyLink. Tim Lincecum tomorrow will make his 9th start. Tyler Chatwood back to the big leagues. He'll be on the hill against San Francisco. And historically, the Rockies have had their moments against Tim Lincecum. Right now, they have to think more offense. Normally you get 10 and you think it's going to be a comfortable victory, but it's a 10-8 ball game after the Giants played at 3 last inning against Edgemar Escalona. Santiago Casilla is now on the hill for San Francisco.
The first time he's pitched in 8 days. So I'd like to see what his command is going to be like. He has a cyst on his right knee that's been causing him some pain, so he tried to pitch with the knee brace. That didn't work, and now just forego it and just see what he has without that.
Way inside, 2-1 on Arenado. 0 for 3 tonight. LeMahieu and Pacheco to follow. Giants 8 runs, 13 hits, 4 errors. The Rockies 10 runs, 10 hits, and an error. There's no absolutes in baseball. There are numbers you put up. You say, man, you can't lose if this occurs. Well, if you have 10 runs, you ought not to lose. If the other team makes 4 errors, you ought not to lose. Bottom of the 7th, and this one's fouled off. And it's 3-2.
Walt's just looking at the lineup card. He's going through all the scenarios in his mind. Matt Belisle's up for the Rockies in the bullpen. If Arenado, if he gets on, do you bunt him over with DJ? You could hit and run first pitch. Try to put another marker on the board.
And ball 4. So Arenado draws a leadoff walk against Casilla.
Matt Belisle. Nobody up for the Giants. You know, you still have Todd Helton to hit from the left side. Charlie Blackmon. Spot a couple doors down. That's why Walt's going to play for that one extra run with the sacrifice bunt. If you're DJ, you want to bunt it towards first base. Runner on first.
And it's 0-2.
Some managers, if it was a pitcher, he would leave the bunt on. But with a position player, he'll take it off most of the time and let him swing away. The risky run is hitting into a double play.
1-2. Casillas been one of the mainstays in that, one of the setup roles for the Giants the last couple of years. Obviously, Affeld's been there. Romo's been there.
Well, when Brian Wilson went down, he moved up in the pecking order.
And a strikeout of LeMahieu. One out, that'll bring up Pacheco. Time to check our Coors Light freeze cam. George Pacheco dropping the barrel on that cutter, hitting a grand slam back in the 5th inning. And here's George coming up in the 7th. That was brought to you by Crossbrewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer. And a base hit up the middle for Pacheco.
The guy can just hit.
You know what? I don't know how many times we've said that the last year plus. He can just hit.
A .313 average for Jordan. And this was a case with the elevated fastball. And he just stayed up and threw the ball. Ball is up, tendency is to try to swing up to meet it. You have to get on top of the ball, and that's how you drive it.
Todd Helton's going to pinch hit. The Rockies have 2 pinch homers this year. The recently departed Reed Brignac in Chicago the other day, and Helton hit one earlier this season. Rockies leading 10-8, bottom of 7. Trying to gain a little more separation. 1 out and Helton at the plate. Last night, Helton hit his 3rd of the year against Matt Cain, a 2-run shot. That got the scoring started. The Rockies on their way to a 6-0 lead after 3 innings. A lead, unfortunately, they could not hold. They were up 10-5 going to the 7th tonight. The Giants scored 3 times in the top half of this inning. And this kicks away. Everybody's going to move up. Wild pitch from Casilla. And you are seeing signs of rust, Huey. The walk to Arenado. And now the wild pitch.
Well, when you are off for 8 days in between getting out onto the hill, you will have rust. Mr. Posey tried to backhand that ball instead of just dropping to the knees and blocking it. Because of the wild pitch and runners at 2nd and 3rd, the Giants will bring their infield in. Not all the way. The number 3 depth, as it's called many times, 2 or 3 strides from the infield grass.
Helton pulls it sharply right at Pill. Two outs.
Red Pill playing even with the bag 90 feet away. Just 1 hop. Step on the bag, check the runners.
So Eric Young Jr. with 2 outs, trying to get it an 11th run across the plate. Arenado at 3rd, he walked. Pacheco had singled, he singled. really tardy on that swing on the 95-mile-an-hour fastball.
It's not a straight four-seam fastball for Santiago. It will have movement. Two-seamer will sink away from the left-handers.
Are you the ultimate Rockies fan in the state of Utah? Show us why you're the ultimate fan by taking a picture through Instagram or Twitter and tagging it with a Root Fan UT hashtag. For official rules, visit facebook.com/rootsportsrn. 1-1 the count on EY. Jose Maharis, one of the three lefties Bruce Bochy has in the pen, getting loose if it gets to Carlos Gonzalez. Two and one. Now Sandoval's going to come in.
Maharis. Jeremy Affeldt, 2 innings last night. He wouldn't be available tonight.
You wouldn't think so.
No, 28 pitches in those 2 innings. Javier Lopez is just the situational left-hander to come in maybe for Carlos Gonzalez.
Two and two on Eric Young, who's 1 for 4 tonight. If you have auto glass windshield damage, call Safelite Auto Glass at 303-287-5000, online at safelite.com. This ball game 3 hours and 20 minutes into it. 10-8. Second and third, bottom of the 7th. The Rockies ahead by 2. They trailed early by 4 runs, 4-0. And Posey blocked that pitch. His best pitch is a fastball.
That's the only one that he can command.
Young, you got to be thinking that's what I'm getting right here.
Yes.
3 and 2.
Yes, gear up for the fastball.
He did, but he missed. And now the bases are loaded. Fowler coming up, and Bruce Bochy. Now it's going to be Brigetti. Grags is coming out.
22 pitches for Casilla. He's a 1-inning guy at most, but he's been asked numerous times in his career to get 1 or 2 outs. Come in, throw the fastball, the hard slider, and that's it. He's been asked to do more tonight. And it's shown a couple walks, a base hit.
Crowd just announced 43,365 on a Friday night at 20th and Blake. They have been entertained. And now they're hoping the Rockies can take it to the finish line. Dexter takes a strike. Bases loaded. Dex a couple of hits tonight.
Now just get the ball in play. Dante calls it the bulletproof approach. Just go back to the simple things. Don't overstride. Don't try to muscle baseball.
1-2. And a strikeout of Fowler leaves the bases loaded in the 7th. We go to the 8th, 10-8 Colorado. Latchman, 50 years in baseball. Former Southern Cal Trojan. After watching the Rockies play on Sunday, stick around for Rockies Weekly. This week we'll take you to Chicago to talk Wrigley Field with Tracy Ringlesby and Renee Latchman. We'll hear from Cubs fans about their reactions to proposed Wrigley Field renovations. And we'll sit down with Walt Weiss. Don't miss Rockies Weekly. That's Sunday after the concluding game of this 4-game set between the Rockies and the Giants. Todd Helton stays in the ball game at first base defensively. Matt Belisle will throw the 8th inning. You'll have Scudero, Sandoval, Buster Posey.
Going right after the heart of the Giants lineup.
Scudero, a couple hits yesterday. He's got 3 hits in this game. 1-1. Right now, Marco's got to feel like just a pitcher and a catcher and nobody else on defense.
What was it, the king in his court just had a couple guys behind him? That's what it looks like for Marco when you're in a stretch.
We're talking about the king in his court on our radio show this afternoon. Eddie Feiner.
Right.
I saw him pitch to Johnny Bench on the Johnny Carson show 40 years ago. He struck him out on 3 pitches. Ground ball toward the hole. Arenado will throw first.
No panic. Ball came up, popped out of the glove. Just calmly grabbed it and threw to first. Ranges to his left, pops up. I've got it. It's okay. Throws out Scudero. Off the heel of the glove. Quick hands.
Sandoval 3 for 4 himself tonight and 2 RBIs. He takes strike 1. Sandoval's last 19 against the Rockies, hitting .384 with 7 home runs. And this is a huge chopper. Belisle has to wait, goes underhand to help, and gets the Panda Bear.
Right off the plate. And this thing goes real high for Matt. He just waited for it. He knew that with Sandoval running that he was going to have time to catch it and toss it underhand.
Posey with 2 outs. Oh, and 2. One, 2 on Posey. With 2 outs in the 8th. Breaking ball left up and hit out. 10-9. Nothing easy for the Rockies of late.
Run number 6 for Posey. RBI number 27. 85-mile-an-hour slider. You saw Matt look at his hand after he threw that pitch. It just slipped out. He wanted to throw the slider down and out of the zone to Buster Posey. Let's watch Matt's reaction.
One and 1. 10-9 in the 8th. To right, and Ewok misjudges it. Tying run at second. It'll be a double for Pence.
Eli did misjudge this. He breaks over to the right, but then had to reach back over his left shoulder as the ball was slicing off the bat of Hunter Pence. The look, he didn't start to give ground. He ran straight across instead of giving ground and creating a better angle and drop stepping and going to his right.
Brett Pill 2 for 4, a pair of doubles. Ground ball to help. In the inning, Posey, a solo home run, his 6th of the year, and it's 10-9 Colorado.
over the San Francisco Giants as we head to the bottom of the 8th. See if we can't add some more runs here. We want to thank you guys at home for interacting with us today on our Fan Friday. Remember, you can always write us at rootsports_RM. I'm going to end on John's. John said, my neighbor's a Red Sox fan, used his son's chalk and tagged his driveway to remind him that this is Rockies country. Yes, indeed. We do live in the Mile High City and Rockies country, and hopefully the Rockies can pull out a win tonight. Drew, Jeff, thanks for participating. I know the fans appreciate it.
Thank you, Jenny.
All right, Jenny, thank you. Jose Majares is on. Cargo at the plate. Bottom of the 8th. The Rockies clinging to now just a 1-run lead. They led 10-5 a couple of innings ago. 3 runs in the 7th, 1 in the 8th for the Giants. This will be the 15th appearance for Jose Majares. It's in there.
They picked up on a rule claim from the Kansas City Royals. Not an overpowering left-hander, just an extra left-handed arm for Bruce Bochy in the pen.
Carr goes 0 for 4 lifetime against Majares, the 1-1, and that's going to land in the glove of Hunter Pence. There's 1 out.
Coca-Cola value packs are available every value game, including May 20th through the 22nd for either $59 or $79, depending on the seat location. But it is a Coca-Cola value pack series against the Diamondbacks.
Troy had a base hit his last time up. He also had an RBI single in the 3rd, 2 for 5. Struck out in the 1st, lined out in the 5th inning. He swung the bat well tonight. He swung it well all year. Nice if he could match that home run by Posey here, get that run back.
Give Rafael Betancourt 1 extra room, or run for some breathing room.
Now, the good news is for Betancourt, he's going to see a pinch hitter, and then Brandon Crawford and Gregor Blanco. Now, Crawford has swung it well, but it's the bottom 3rd of the Giants' order. Good break in ball 1 and 2.
Probably be the left-handed Brandon Belt.
I don't think there's much question about
Pitch
that.
hit.
Belt, the guy with pop. Strike 3 on the inside corner.
Troy thought this pitch was inside. Caught the 4th strike zone. It's right on the black.
Rosario's 2 for 4. Nothing at 2.
Raphael's ready to go. He's been up and throwing in the bullpen since the start of this half inning.
And a towering pop-up. Crawford backpedaling. We'll go to the 9th inning. The Rockies need 3 more outs to end the drought against the Giants. Rafael Betancourt on board when we return.
Sports is brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Find our fares online only at southwest.com. By Ram Trucks, Guts, Glory, Ram. And by Wells Fargo. Wells Fargo customers get your 2-for-1 Rockies club level tickets today by going to wellsfargo.com/Rockies. Wells Fargo Bank, member FDIC. At Coors Field, it's been a roller coaster ride for the Rockies. Down 4-0 early, had a 9-5 lead, then 10-5, and now they're clinging to a 1-run advantage. Coming up in a few moments, we hope, the Toyota postgame show with Joel Klatt. Joel?
That's right. Thank you, Drew. Hey, in the fifth, it looked like checkmate, didn't it? Still have the hair on my arms raised up from Jordan Pacheco's home run. We'll talk about that, obviously. And then, hey, we need Rafi to end this streak. I mean, 10 in a row. We need Betancourt to go out and shut this one down. Hopefully, we're celebrating here in about, 5 minutes, Drew?
That would be nice.
That's right.
That would be nice. It's been long overdue. The Rockies had a 6-run lead they couldn't hold last night. Charlie Blackmon is in defensively in right field. And Rafael Betancourt, 9 for 9 in save opportunities this year. The league, Huey hitting just .204 against him.
Yeah, and for Rafael, 13 strikeouts in 15 1/3 innings. This is the life of the closer. You come into these games, it doesn't matter. 10-9, it's usually a 1-run game, and Brandon Belt will be the pinch hitter for the Giants. A couple days ago in Chicago threw a clean inning with 1 strikeout. That was 2 days ago.
Brandon Belt in a 10-9 ball game.
That's what Rafi has done more this season than prior years with the Rockies. First pitch, breaking pitch. Incorporating more curveballs now.
And it's 0-2 on Brandon Belt against right-handers, which you see more of. Belt starts at first. He has 5 home runs this year. He's driven in 21. 248 average.
That's going to bury the curveball down in the dirt.
He didn't chase. He thought about it, though. Belt last year hit .275. He had an unbelievable minor league career. He hit .343 in 189 minor league games. One, two. And everybody had that one as strike 3, but it was off the plate.
You have him set up for a fastball away. If you want to go there, if you want to go to the curveball, the back door, you have that option. You're going to work the fastball away and down.
Got him up top. 1 out in the 9th inning.
Not quite the location that Rafael wanted, but it works. And that's the bottom line. underneath that fastball from Raphael. It was Tardy the whole way.
Brandon Crawford, 1 for 4, single and a ribby back in the second. And he takes strike one. Nice job of handling that pitch on the block by Rosario.
Well, and the way he framed it, he turned the glove. Yeah, he turns the glove over so it catches the zone and doesn't push it out of the zone.
That time he handled a sinking. It was actually a changeup that he just tried to subtly raise and reach out, catch it before it gets too low. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Just the encouraging head movement or the body language is, come on, I got you. Put it right here and I'll frame it and we'll call it a strike.
2-1. The kid telling the long-time veteran, keep that shoulder closed, keep the front side closed. Two and one on Crawford. Wow, nice depth on that breaking ball.
Yes. Go from 91, 92 to 79 miles an hour. Right over the top. Good look on the Mike Shaw Subaru Supermo. The depth on that pitch.
Two and two on Crawford. He's got him. 2 outs.
Clinic on pitching. Watch this pitch to Brandon Crawford.
Well received again by Willeen Rosario. Crowd of more than 43,000 tonight. Hoping to celebrate the end of the streak against the Giants. Gregor Blanco. Strike one on Blanco, who entered the ball game in the 6th. He's 0 for 2. Twice he's hit the ball to DJ LeMahieu. Again, the Toyota post-game show to immediately follow. Two-strike count on Blanco. Here's the 0-2. That was a swing and miss curveball if I've ever seen one. The only problem is Blanco didn't swing.
He forgot to oblige. That's okay. Yeah, you put it in the back of a hitter's mind that it's there. I can put it where I want to. I can go back there again with the curveball. I can hit it on the outside corner with the fastball, like I just pitched to Brandon Crawford, get the strikeout that way.
1-2, he's got it. And the Rockies end the streak. Betancourt nails down his 10th save in grand style as he gets the Giants 1-2-3 and punches out the side. It's the Rockies' first win against San Francisco since September the 10th of last year. It ends that 10-game slide, just their 10th win in their last 41 outings. Jordan Pacheco, one of the hitting stars tonight, a grand slam. And the Rockies getting to celebrate after a game against San Francisco. It's been a while. Tonight's Jimmy John's Freaky Fast Delivery, the game brought to you by Jimmy John's. 5-5 game. Pacheco with the bases jammed. Not hit a ball out this year. First pitch, now he has. And it's his first career slam in the process. And the Rockies